Okay, we're going live. Hello and welcome everyone to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, November 25th, 2020. This is the broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute and Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be the host today along with John and Mark as backup hosts, and we do things of the Keshe Plasma Reactor variety in this group, which means it's open to actually many topics as we develop our evening here. I think you'll find that we touch on many subjects. And originally this group started with experimenting with Keshe plasma reactors, and we were especially interested in the reactors as specified by Mr. Keshe in the original patent, which came out in, I think it was 2008. And so we were back in 2013. This group was formed, and we got together on Skype and other media platforms, and eventually, as it is now, on live stream and YouTube and Zoom. And basically what we used to do is talk about our reactors and how we could make them more more conforming to the way we envision the reactors being made from the patent pictures and patent descriptions. That is the patent application of Mr. Keshe for the plasma reactors. And eventually we got into so many other topics, including the nanocoating process, the GANSs, the spiritual aspects of the work, and so on and so forth. So here we are today, and I usually begin this group by asking if anyone has something they would like to share or contribute for today's show. And I happen to have a secret weapon that way. Our friend Gianni has something he would like to share. And I understand he's like 300 kilometers from home. And I have no idea what he's got up his sleeve, or even if he has sleeves. Gianni, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, Rick. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
John, ¿puedes traducir?
Sí, bueno, estás hablando en inglés, así que el saludo quiere que traduzca.
Bueno, poco a poco, John.
Está bien, sí. Ahora, dispara.
Ok, estoy a 300 kilómetros de mi ciudad donde hay dos domos.
Eso los hiciste tú, me imagino.
No, está hecho por Horatius, es su domo de disciplina, pero aquí hemos plasmatizado en el año pasado.
Uh-huh. He's 300 kilometers away from his home, and they've gone to see two domes, which Horatius has built, and last year they plasmatized them.
Y aquí hay niebla. Pero
and there, right now, going into winter, and there's a lot of fog.
Y donde hay los domos, en un radio de 40 kilómetros, ya no hay niebla. Es como hay un domo energético.
Uh-huh. To 40 kilometers away from where the domes are, there is no fog. It's all clear. Apparently, the plasma from the domes clear all the atmosphere.
Y lo mismo he visto también en el oasis Petrila y en los otros sitios donde hemos construido los domos. Plasma.
And he's seen the same effect in other places where they've also built other plasmatized domes.
Y voy a abrir mi cámara para que así se puede ver.
He will open his camera so we can have a look.
Ok, tiene que...
Vemos tu carita.
Oprir screen share, creo, no sé. Ah, ok. Hello?
Yes. Sí, te vemos. Ese es uno de los domos.
Eso es el domo para eso es el domo para las plantas y mira la niebla alrededor.
Uh-huh. There you've seen one of the domes built for the plants, and you can see the fog is all the way around, but not where the dome is.
Y aquí es el domo vivienda.
This is where they live. It's a dome for living in.
Y pasa lo mismo.
And you've got the same effect.
Se puede ver y esto he visto varias veces, pero también cuando hay mucha lluvia. Y aquí está, el cielo está limpio.
I've noticed this when there's a lot of rain and the sky is always clear.
Y claro, voy a intentar ir en el domo.
I'll try and get to the dome.
Hay otro medio dentro.
There's another atmosphere inside the dome.
No es como en el oasis Petrila que tiene casi 3 años, pero empieza a hacerse el medio como en Petrila.
It's not as in Petri lab because these are younger, they're under 2 years old, but in Petri lab, mine is over 3 years old. And these are growing into the same effect.
Y mira, aquí y dentro. Aquí todavía hay flores, es verde.
We lost your video there. Okay, now we see a picture. Yep, it's back.
No creo muy buen internet.
La señal es pobre.
¿Me escuchan? Sí. Bueno,
a ver,
esto es
un
lo que quería
segundo.
mostrar.
Gianni, ¿me aguantas? Gianni, ¿me aguantás 30 segundos? Me parece que mi hija me está llamando. No sé qué problema ha surgido acá.
Ok. Dan Balis, ¿estás?
Ahora sí.
Ok, quería decir que así se está comprobando los efectos del plasma en los domos.
With these images, you can see the effect the plasma does or has within the domes and outside. Clears the atmosphere. In fact, I'd add something else. Yesterday, I asked Mr. Keshe, what can we do for forest fires? Because I worked with this 20 years ago. And if you create a fog or a mist over a forest fire, you put it out. And his answer was, yes, use CO2 GANS water in a mist, and the forest fires will be put out. Gianni, ayer le pregunté al señor Keshe por los incendios forestales y me contestó que si hacemos una niebla o un rociado de plasma del CO2 sobre el incendio forestal, el incendio se apaga totalmente.
Sí, Johnny, es maravilloso.
Eso yo ya lo experimenté hace 20 años atrás.
Sí, nosotros también, pero en juegos pequeños. Y sí que es cierto. Gracias.
So we got to start plasmatizing all our homes and our surroundings. That's what we have to learn. Do you coincide, Rick?
Well, I think I think many of us, due to our experimentation with Ganses and so on, pretty much have plasmacized our homes anyway, or from spraying, daily spraying or weekly spraying, depending, and just the cups that are sitting around and generating fields and the various containers of Ganses and nanomaterials and so on. And I'm sure you have, a similar situation where you are, John.
Yes, I can say all the big storms just go right over us. We haven't had very many strong storms lately. They just sort of fly over.
Well, I had a good one in the one nation, one planet, one race for world peace yesterday, where a lady was talking about peace and light and bringing light to the planet and so on. And all of a sudden the sun came out where I was, and it was really gray and big black clouds and no blue sky anywhere, and it was rainy and everything else. And suddenly the sun comes out for her entire talk for about 20 minutes or half an hour. When she was done, then the sun went back in, and it was cloudy and rainy again after that. So it's kind of strange.
Yeah, I was certainly seeing very strange things, or things we hope to expect.
Okay, is Gianni done with that part of his demonstration? Is anything else
¿Has
there?
terminado con tu demostración, Gianni?
Sí, hoy solo quería mostrar esto porque ya está confirmado en varios sitios.
Yes, today I wanted to show you this because this has been confirmed in several places. We've done this work.
Se han confirmado también los resultados con la agricultura.
And also with dealing with the agriculture, we've had the same effect.
Y aquí en Rumanía ya muchos han entendido algo y quieren hacer domos para agricultura y para vivienda.
Here, many people have understood what we're doing with the domes, and now they want to get down to building these domes and dealing with the agriculture also.
En otro sitio en Brasov, a unos 400 kilómetros de aquí donde hemos trabajado,
And in Brazov, about 400 kilometers from where we are normally,
hemos hecho preparado para construir un domo para vivienda.
we're getting prepared to build a dome for living quarters.
Y aquí se van a construir un centro de salud con 50 domos.
And they're going to build a health center with 50 domes.
Y donde hemos hecho la plataforma para el primer domo, hemos pulverizado con nanomateriales y con plasma.
And they've already made the platforms where they're going to build the domes, and we've plasmatized the whole place.
Y pasa lo mismo sin estar estructura terminada.
And the same effect we've had with the domes which haven't been finished yet.
Claro, más pequeños son los campos, porque ya hemos empezado hace 2 meses.
This we started 2 months ago, and the domes, the effect isn't all that big yet because it's only been started 2 months ago, but it's slowly growing.
Y se puede ver lo mismo porque he hablado con los compañeros de ahí.
And the people that are there have said that they've noticed the same effect.
Y cuando te acercas de esa zona, aquí a Horatio, en Brasov, en otro sitio donde está plasma,
And whenever you get near to these places with those two names, I haven't got the foggiest idea what their name is. But that's...
cuando pasas y entras en estos campos,
when you enter these regions,
puedes percibir también la diferencia con un poco de calor diferente, más de cómo está fuera de los campos.
you can also feel the difference in temperature.
Y es maravilloso.
And it's marvelous.
Gracias.
Thank you. Jalal, have you started working already? Or is he still asleep?
Good morning. Yes, of course.
Good.
Hi, everyone.
It's what is it, 7 or 8 in the morning there?
Now it's about 7:30 in the morning.
Getting down to working.
Yeah. But we will
You,
change it for a different thing.
you work with a lot of water, don't you?
Yes, I'm washing cars.
Yeah. And have you have you plasmatized the water which you wash the cars with?
Yes.
Good. What have you noticed?
From my side here, nothing. But the customers now, for a long time, they are very calm.
Uh-huh.
Before they were always fighting for something.
Well, people that have sprayed the cars after washing with plasma water, they've noticed the car is not as doesn't jump around so much on cobblestones and what have you, and they normally travel in a much tranquil way.
For me, I don't know. I'm washing the customers' cars and putting in the this what do you call it, the windows, the cleaning window shield
Uh-huh. You
also.
must have big uh, deposits, water tank deposits for keeping the water to put them into the machines, I imagine. You should put a few bottles with GANs inside those tanks so you plasmatize the water there.
But no, the water not, but the cleaning materials. I have it
Uh-huh.
in the cleaning materials, and I have a big mixer which mix the cleaning materials with the water to the high pressure machine. I am putting there, so always there is plasma circulation in that.
Okay, well, anybody else have anything that they'd like to present right away here?
And the commentary I did about the forest fires yesterday, I asked this early in the morning to Mr. Mehran Keshe about the forest fires, and 3 or 4 hours later, a friend of mine came along and he said, "Look, I'd only had my spray bottle with me, and there was a forest fire, a small one. So I used all the small canister I had with spraying water. I sprayed it over the forest fire, and that was it was concluded. It was stopped." And the experience I had from far back is that it's very difficult to start the fires up again. Once you've sprayed the plasma on the fires, it's very difficult to start the fire up again.
Well, it makes sense because many fire extinguishers are what's called CO2 fire
Yeah.
extinguishers, and they actually use CO2 gas to put out the fire. That was one of my first experiments as a kid, to mix up. I had a little red fire extinguisher, and you put in some vinegar, and you put baking soda in this special little compartment, and then if you turn the fire extinguisher upside down, it would squirt out.
Yeah.
Of course, it wasn't too popular too popular with my mother at the time. So
You
that
spent all the
experiment,
vinegar.
yeah, and all over the floor and everywhere else. But it was fun while it lasted. Okay, well, there's something I'd like to bring up, and we can discuss it a bit, which is about the issues with basically a censorship, or what we call content that's not allowed, for example, in YouTube.
Yeah,
And,
that YouTube you asked me about the other day, yesterday. I've got to look into it. It's most likely what I mentioned, that this chap in Buenos Aires, he talked about curing people, and that must be got this negative effect in YouTube.
well, that's exactly right. It's not just a negative effect, but they removed the video, and we now have basically a strike against us. And if we get 3 strikes, they'll take down the entire YouTube channel with all of our videos, of all the languages. So this is what's being threatened, or what the possibilities are if we don't understand what it is that we're doing incorrectly. And when people start saying things and it goes against the guidelines from YouTube, then we have to stop them, and we have to say certain things that make it okay, and so on and so forth. So I'll go through what that's about here, because I had to learn about this, and it's new information for me, because this only came, well, it came out in, I think it was May 20th of 2020. So I mean, it's been out for a while, but they didn't announce it or anything, so far as I know. This is what's called the COVID-19 Medical Misinformation Policy, and this is the there's a number of YouTube. Wait a minute, I have to make this shared properly here so you can see it. There, that's better. So there's a number of YouTube policy categories, such as spam and deceptive practices, and sensitive content, and violent or dangerous content, and regulated goods, and so on. And our violation came under the violent or dangerous content area. And it wasn't the harmful or dangerous content policy, but the violent or graphic content policy, or the violent criminal organization, or the hate speech policy, or the harassment and cyber bullying policy. But it did come under the COVID-19 medical misinformation policy, which is under that same violent or dangerous content category. So when we click on that, we find this page, and it is a thorough page, and I'd like to go over it so that we all have an understanding of what kind of we're up against here, and how that we can learn to, in a way, conform to what we need to keep staying on YouTube, while still being able to get the information out that we need to as a an organized group that's learning from each other, and so on. So the main item here is that the YouTube doesn't allow content about COVID-19 that poses a serious risk of egregious harm, and that means obvious or obvious harm, basically.
They're out of their rockers, aren't they?
Pardon me?
They're out of their rockers.
No, I wouldn't say that, because if you start to understand where they're coming from, then you wouldn't say that, because they have to protect themselves, because they have literally groups of lawyers that are throwing things at them and saying, you know, you can't
Yeah,
allow this and so on and so forth.
they're after their business. Yeah,
Of course, yes.
they
As
couldn't
any,
care less about the health of the people. Yeah. You're going to have a lot of problem with the Brazilians. They have a lot of witch doctors. They may crop up with different things, and
well,
they'll
yeah,
find problems there.
that's right. It's covered here too. And this is where we're going to have to watch ourselves and watch each other and help police each other and try to understand how we can conform to their policies, but also help elevate the YouTube people to understand better where we're coming from. So let's carry on here. So YouTube doesn't allow content that spreads medical misinformation that contradicts local health authorities or the World Health Organization's medical information about COVID-19. This is limited to content that contradicts WHO or local health authorities' guidance on treatment, prevention, diagnostic, and transmission. It says, note, YouTube policies on COVID-19 are subject to change in response to changes to global or local health authorities' guidance on the virus. This policy was published on May 20th, 2020. What this policy means for you. If you're posting content, don't post content on YouTube if it includes any of the following. First category, treatment misinformation. So if it discourages someone from seeking medical treatment by encouraging the use of cures or remedies to treat COVID-19, you're not allowed to post that. Or claims that COVID-19 doesn't exist or that people do not die from it, content that encourages the use of home remedies in place of medical treatment, such as consulting a doctor or going to the hospital, content that encourages the use of prayer or rituals in place of medical treatment, content that claims that a vaccine for coronavirus is available or that there's a guaranteed cure, claims about COVID-19 vaccinations that contradict expert consensus from local health authorities or the WHO, content that claims that any currently available medicine prevents you from getting the coronavirus, and other content that discourages people from consulting a medical professional or seeking medical advice. Then under prevention misinformation, there's content that promotes prevention methods that contradict local health authorities or the WHO. Diagnostic misinformation is content that promotes diagnostic methods that contradict local health authorities or the WHO. And transmission misinformation is content that promotes transmission information that contradicts the local health authorities or WHO. Also, content that claims that COVID-19 is not caused by a viral infection, content that claims COVID-19 is not contagious, content that claims COVID-19 cannot spread in certain climates or geographies, content that claims that any group or individual has immunity to the virus or cannot transmit the virus, and content that disputes the efficacy of local health authorities or WHO's guidance on physical distancing or self-isolation measures to reduce the transmission of COVID-19. Now, there is this interesting caveat to put in here, which is under educational, documentary, scientific, or artistic content. So YouTube may allow content that violates the misinformation policies noted on this page if that content includes context that gives equal or greater weight to countervailing views from the local health authorities or to medical or scientific consensus. We may also make exceptions if the purpose of the content is to condemn or dispute misinformation that violates our policies. This context must appear in the images or audio of the video itself. Providing it in the title or description is insufficient. So again, just to go over that a little more, we may allow content that violates the misinformation policies noted on this page if that content includes context that gives equal or greater weight to countervailing views from the local health authorities or the WHO, basically. So if it's balanced, if what you say is balanced by, telling people they should go to their medical authorities and, agree that they should get vaccines or whatever it is, that's you have to demonstrate that you're giving those views from the local authorities or the medical or scientific consensus, that is what your what the main emphasis is, let's say. Goes on, examples of content that's not allowed on YouTube. Denial that COVID-19 exists, claims that people have not died from COVID-19, claims that there's a guaranteed vaccine for COVID-19, claims that a specific treatment or medicine is a guaranteed cure for COVID-19, claims that certain people have immunity to COVID-19 due to their race or nationality, encouraging taking home remedies instead of getting medical treatment when sick, discouraging people from consulting a medical professional if they're sick, content that claims that holding your breath can be used as a diagnostic test for COVID-19, videos alleging that if you avoid Asian food, you won't get the coronavirus, videos alleging that setting off fireworks can clean the air of the virus, claims that COVID-19 is caused by radiation from 5G networks, videos alleging that the COVID-19 test is the cause of the virus, claims that countries with hot climates will not experience the spread of the virus, videos alleging that social distancing and self-isolation are not effective in reducing the spread of the virus, and claims that the COVID-19 vaccine will kill people who receive it. So that's a bunch of things. Some of them seem kind of silly, but apparently they're getting videos that allege if you avoid Asian food, you won't get the coronavirus, or that setting off fireworks can clean the air of the virus, which is kind of strange because it's actually just the opposite, because they're finding that the higher air pollution is an indicator for higher amounts of the virus. So setting off fireworks is actually a big part of that. They recommend people not to set off fireworks now and so on. But holy cow. So you can kind of see the variety of inputs that YouTube is under pressure from all over the place. People are putting up videos that are not helpful, let's say, and in some cases actually harmful. And this is what we're up against. And of course, the things that come up from our work with the One Cup, One Life and that kind of thing might involve the claims that a specific treatment or medicine is a guaranteed cure for COVID-19. Or it might be encouraging home remedies instead of getting medical treatment when sick. Or they could say we're discouraging people from consulting a medical professional if they're sick, and so on and so forth. So, and what happens if the content violates this policy? If your content violates this policy, we'll remove the content and send you an email to let you know. This is your first time violating our community guidelines, you'll get a warning with no penalty on your channel. If it's not, we'll issue a strike against your channel. If you get 3 strikes, your channel will be terminated. And it gives a link to the strike system that we could look at some point, but I don't really want to get into that so much. Suffice to say, 3 strikes, you're out. That's within 90 days. So within 3 months, if you get 3 videos that are against their guidelines, then and they call you on it, then basically you lose your channel. So that would be not good if that happened to the Keshe Foundation, because we've got over 1,000.
Lost your audio.
The guidelines are, and as they maybe put more pressure on in terms of that policy, then they can manipulate who stays on YouTube quite easily. And it's not YouTube that's really the problem. YouTube probably couldn't care one way or another. They're just interested in getting lots of hits. They don't care if it's negative or positive or what kind of PR it is. But they do care in terms of if they get someone claiming, like some group, say a group of doctors or a group of someone that doesn't like the Keshe Foundation or whatever, they can say, well, there's content on here that goes against your policy on the COVID-19. And at, you know, at this point in the video, we can see this and hear them say that, and we want you to take this video down. And if they put that in a letter with some lawyers, then YouTube has no option than to just take it down, and the person or whoever owns that YouTube channel has the option of putting in an appeal, and they have to say why the video should stay up without even knowing why in particular it was even taken down, because they don't necessarily tell you that. They give you the category. In this case, the category is COVID-19 medical misinformation, is what we had a video taken down because of that policy just recently. So this is why I'm bringing this up, is we have to be very careful on all of the public teachings that go onto YouTube and on live stream as far as that goes, or even on Zoom, because they will also be starting to police this kind of thing. They're all under pressure to do so from WHO and health authorities and all the others that are forming our future here. So any questions on that or comments? Anybody have something to add or subtract to it?
Does that mean we can't film fireworks on New Year's Eve anymore?
Well, this is it. You can, but you have to do it by yourself and no one else can watch. Because you might get COVID through your eyes.
I kind of liked it because it's. I got this vision of Darth Vader walking with his troops, you know, coming closer and closer.
Well, in a way, it's like that, and
yes, it is.
I mean, I'm not scared at all. I think it's a joke in a way. Even if we lose the whole YouTube channel, well, we'll find a way to get around it, and we'll start something new, and probably it will be far more far-reaching and better than YouTube ever was. So I'm not worried about that, and we are also making a shift to direct communications and telepathy and transparency and everything else that way. So I just see this as a way that you know, agencies can exert control this way, and they are certainly doing so. There's lots of people that have lost their YouTube channel recently just from posting, you know, some comments or controversies about the COVID and so on. So for the time being, we have to be kind of super careful. You know, like Neil mentioned to me, he wanted to show more about his health unit and so on. And I'm not so sure if that's a good idea right now, until we figure out with the administration, with Keshe Foundation and Mr. Keshe, and we need to get together and have a meeting about this. We plan on doing that in the next few days, so that we have a better understanding on how to proceed and what to watch out for, and how to respond to this takedown threat that we're into here.
The same
Rick.
WHO is having many contradictory message.
Pardon me, who? WHO? Sorry.
Yeah, they've got many different messages that are very contradictory.
Well, I
They're
should say
changing
so.
their minds continually.
You could put up a video with all their contradictions that they put out over the last few months, and it would probably get taken down because it's against these COVID rules somehow. That would be kind of funny. Have Facebook do fact checking on the word WHO, see if they've been truthful. Anyway, we can't really fault YouTube or any of these organizations in a way, because they're always, as usual, just trying to protect themselves, and as any animal on planet Earth tends to be when they're threatened. So, but I just wanted to put that out there, not as something we have to be afraid of, or to invoke fear into people, just to have that knowledge. So if we have the knowledge and we know where the limits are, then perhaps we can work within the rules and still get our point across. Now, one way this got brought up in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace yesterday, and one idea came up, or a couple of ideas. One which was to basically to elevate the souls of those who are putting out these policies, and wish for them to attain some of this knowledge, so they have a better understanding of what we're trying to do, and that it's for the benefit of all, and not trying to go and never with any harm involved, and so on and so forth. And world peace as the background for all of this, and to let them know where we stand as far as that goes. Now, who are we? Well, we could say that we are knowledge seekers, or we could say that we are from the Keshe Foundation, or we could say that we're independent researchers and experimenters, or various health professionals or associated, and so on and so forth. But if we frame things, one thing that came up that we talked about in the One Nation was, if we frame things in terms of space technology, because this is what it is, and this is what Mr. Keshe is always telling us, that the Keshe Foundation is a space-based organization. And if we always frame what we're talking about in terms of not just Keshe Foundation, but either Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, or just Spaceship Institute even, then it keeps reinforcing that concept that this is a space-based agency, a space-based knowledge network. And in that sense, the WHO is a World Health Organization. Well, we actually are involved with space. And so the World Health Organization doesn't at all control space. And so we are beyond the jurisdiction, actually, of the WHO and of the doctors of planet Earth in a way. Not that we want to try to rub that in their face, But we do want to emphasize that this is space-based technology, because with space technology, you're allowed some leeway in terms of, bringing in new technologies. It's all about the latest and greatest and leading edge and, the best that mankind has to offer and all that kind of thing. Not about, it's about going to space and surviving in space. This is what all of this technology is for to start with. And this is what Mr. Keshe keeps emphasizing. And then, of course, as humans, we tend to think, well, it must be for planet Earth and for humans and for solving all the problems of planet Earth. And it is in a way, but it's designed for the space application, number one. The whole thing about viruses, Mr. Keshe has been talking about it for a dozen years or more, and it's all about the energy packets in space. That's why it gets brought up, not because it's energy packets on Earth that he's trying to deal with. It's when we go to space, we'll have energy packets of virus that could be 10 or 100 times more powerful. And we have to know how to deal with that. And we won't have a year or two to develop a vaccine for while we're out in space. We'd all be dead by then. So this is where we need new technologies and have to find ways to implement it. And of course, that can have, good side effects for planet Earth as well. But the Earthlings don't want to progress too quickly because it upsets them. So it upsets their apple cart and their money supply. So they get kind of excited about that situation and start shutting things down. So, but maintaining that, I guess what I'm saying is to maintain that perspective, that attitude of, I'm a space voyager. I am using this technology to go to space. This isn't about little old planet Earth. This is about helping all beings everywhere, so that when we learn to deal with energy packets, it's not just for people of Earth, but for all the beings to be able to travel and so on, would be, part of that perspective. So I'm kind of putting that out there as an idea that we try to transform our perspective to always have that space edge to it, so that we don't get too wrapped up in the we don't get basically we're no longer claiming to cure things so much, because that's more of a human Earth-based perspective to start with. So we can find ways to process these energies or deplete the energies, energy packets and that kind of thing. And we'll use more space terminology and space-based concepts and framing things in that perspective. And that, I think, will give us a little bit of protection against this censoring aspect. And Mr. Keshe mentioned something about, I think it was a 20-kilometer above the surface of the Earth, a sort of exclusion zone. If you're above the 20 kilometers, then you're no longer susceptible or under the laws of planet Earth, because you're now beyond most of the atmosphere and gravitational kind of effects. So perhaps that's a way to kind of look at it too, that if we're in space, then we're under a different set of laws. We're under a different structure. And it may be that similar that a ship at sea in international waters is in a different set of laws than a ship at port. Perhaps we can have more, we get a little more leeway with our ideas because of this space-based aspect to it. What do you think?
I think that introducing maritime law in space has been one of the biggest mistakes. You just look at every country on the planet at the moment, including Australia, running on admiralty and maritime law. The exclusion of common law and constitutional law has caused all the problems that we're currently in. So we'll have to have a whole system for once we get intergalactic, and I dare say that'll be up to those people that are part of the intergalactic community.
Yeah, it may be more for us to learn from them, let's say, how to progress with that, how to deal with that.
I sent you a message that I can talk about the physics of what we're seeing with this unit rather than making any claims, if you want to go there.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by the physics of it. I mean, the physics of the medical aspects of it.
No.
How does that? I'm not sure of anything how we're allowed to manifest in a way, but well, I don't know. I'm not sure how to proceed with that. I'm not sure what Mr. Keshe would say. He's wanting to, he's thinking that we should shut down all of the language teachings in public and that kind of thing. That's some of the decisions that have to be made. So I don't want to do anything that might aggravate that situation, which is very delicate right now. So I'm not sure. Do you think you could make it so that it might be a good test actually to make it relatively innocuous in that way that conforms to all the rules and policies?
May I just ask one question before you start? Did no one suggest that you could try different places? You know, YouTube is not the only online place nowadays. I mean, there are so many different ones. There's BitChute, there's
Sure. Do you want to run all day, every day for 24 hours a day? Because that's what it would take. That's what it would take to maintain the uploads of dozens of videos a week, plus the 1,000 or 2,000 videos that are on the site, to maintain all the playlists and all the uploads and make sure everything's organized and all the comments are deleted that are negative, and all of that takes hours and hours and hours every single day for every single media platform. And who's going to do that? And that's not happening. And besides that, these other alternate media platforms have nearly zero exposure. Nobody else has them, so therefore it's going to go out to a few of your friends and you'll get about 50 hits on the video instead of 5,000 or 50,000 or whatever, if it goes viral in YouTube or something like that. And that's the big advantage of YouTube, is you've got interlinking and you've got different sites that can promote each other and all kinds of advantages that way. Not to mention it's free as well, so it's pretty good.
The others are free too. But,
been excellent for the last 7 years. We have only had like one video taken down the whole time, I think. One or two videos now. So it's served us extremely well over the years. We've had virtually no trouble, as opposed to the live stream, which we've had taken down, which again, that happened because there was a complaint from one person whose lawyers threatened live stream, and live stream immediately took our entire account down with all our videos, hundreds of videos. And you could not get it back up. It was permanent. You had to restart the whole thing again. So, I mean, we may end up doing that. We may end up putting all of our videos on another platform or several more platforms and trying to organize all that and so on. That may very well be what happens. We always should have a backup anyway of one or two other media platforms ready to go. And if one of those goes down, we have another one. We've got even more in the background, sort of thing. So I think in the future, we have to learn to become more nimble, let's say, in case things do go down, including maybe even the whole internet. And then what do? We should have backup systems that we can still communicate with each other when we need to, and not just cell phones, something, more primitive, perhaps. Smoke signals worked in the old days, or maybe ham radio or something like that.
And beacons, don't forget the beacons.
Beacons? Which beacons?
Yeah, this huge fires they had, and then someone lit a fire, and the next one lit a fire, next one lit a fire.
Ah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I could work out how to get that radio and video transmitter.
Yeah, well, it might be a good time to work on that, especially if all of our favorite media goes down. What do we do? I've got to find a way.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure just a glass with 3 pieces of metal in it, nano coated, connecting the right way would work. If everybody has one, then it would cost a couple of dollars. You wouldn't need a computer or anything. And there'd be a way to connect videos with your hard drives with videos that you could actually watch on a monitor. It wouldn't be that hard to go that extra step, The key is me figuring out how to get the wiring right. Yeah. So I'm working on it with a few other people. And Rick, if you have any ideas on that, we talked about it the last time. I mean, you're closer to understanding it than anybody, I think, I'm pretty sure just cup 5 would work, because it's basically, if you look at the simple wiring of it, it looks like a crystal radio. Just need to put the diode in the right place and then get the antenna tap where, if you're on one side and I'm on the other side and I'm going, hello, 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 and you're scrolling up and down, you should be able to tune into it. Should not be that hard,
Well, easier said than done, I think. It's like trying to mix 2 different dimensions in a way. So the hard wiring of crystal radio to actually listen to something where you're listening to an actual voice and trying to understand what someone's saying through the airwaves, as it's called, and it could be from even the other side of the world. With a crystal radio, if you have the right setup, it can be very sensitive. And the thing is, it has to be tuned exactly in order to get that sensitivity, and the coils and capacitance have to be exactly right, and the antenna, and those things are all quite well known. There's specific formulas for them and specific experiments that have already been done, and so on and so forth, for that realm of basically like matter level, the way these waves work, and so on and so forth. So that's already known, but the unknown part is to try to connect with basically with the instant communications kind of network, telepathy, or whatever you'd like to call it, connecting that with something that's a microphone and speaker kind of arrangement to actually hear something that makes sense, like a voice coming through, that kind of information coming through. That's a whole other ball game, because then you'd have to find a way to connect with our inner world with the outer world, and that's been the whole issue all the way along. is that connection. How do we connect with ourselves, basically? And it's, we don't stick a bunch of wires and alligator clips inside of ourselves to listen to our inner voice, for example. How could you play your inner voice on a speaker? That would be tricky.
Just talking about temporarily replacing the internet without any sensors. And the cups already have actual wires. They're not alligator clips, but you could actually put alligator clips, you crush your nanolayers. There's already wiring there. And you already have a diode type of action, whether you put a LED or you put another piece of wire in between there connecting it. So you do have a hardwired energy generator there, right? It's already there in the cups.
Mm-hmm.
We always, yeah. So,
but you got to also take into account that even a cup of water is an antenna already. It's basically like a circuit, you could say, or our bodies are like a circuit. It's got the salt water, and we've got you know, our hair acts as an antenna, our feet acts as a ground, and our teeth act as diodes because of the mercury in our fillings and so on and so forth. So some people can actually tune in radio stations through their teeth and hear an actual radio station. That's been documented. So that doesn't mean we can just stick in some wires and then expect to be able to transmit and receive necessarily. There's an art and science to that for sure.
Well, it's just how to connect the wire.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got this idea and you've got what sounds like the confidence to go ahead with it. So
yeah, well, I am going ahead with it. I'm just nano coating my iron screw. That's the best I got. And some other people are doing the same thing. So at least, I mean, it takes two to try a radio, doesn't it?
That was Tesla's big problem. He had this fantastic radio that could receive signals from Mars and Jupiter, but he had no one out here to talk to except the alien.
But I mean, you know, it's a saltwater. I mean, you look at the original. I was watching some old Western about the telegraph, and the interim stations. They had all these glass jars with two plates in them connected with wires with, actually it's caustic in there. And I'm looking at that, I'm going, geez, that looks just more or less the same. I mean, you use the caustic to nanocoat the metal and then you replace the caustic with salt water. It's a GANS kit. Yeah, I mean, it really looks exactly the same.
That's exactly right. The first batteries that they were experimenting with before the 1900s, like that's when they started making submarines, right? Underwater vehicles. And they were electric at that time, and they needed batteries to run them. So it would have been top secret back then that they had these special batteries, and what were they made out of? They were made out of a zinc plate and a nano-coated copper plate, and what do you call it? Instead of sodium hydroxide, it was potassium hydroxide.
Right.
And that made up the battery, and that's what they used. That was their top secret, battery at that time. And you could still make one quite easily as far as that goes.
They connected wires to it, and that's what you had your telephone and telegraph came from. So it got rewired, and Tesla showed that you can do that wirelessly by transmitting it in the air. And I'm sure that Tesla planned on directing it into the earth. And that's why I when I saw the iron, which is what connects it to the center of the earth, instead of having to have a massive power consumption to broadcast far and pump it into the earth, we have it already with the nanomaterial. the iron will connect to the earth, and you have more wattage than you could ever need from gradient flow. From the millions of tons of iron to a couple of grams of iron in your nano-coated screw or wire or whatever you have, that's billions of watts. So you don't have, the energy problem is solved for transmitting. It's just figuring out how to get the antenna and the speaker and just get it hooked up right. Yeah, just, and I mean, I'm looking at the wiring of it. If just look at one cup, you basically have a crystal radio. You've got a resonance chamber with the outer coils connected to itself, right? There's your resonance chamber where you would have the capacitor and the coil on one side. Now we have 2 nano-coated coils. Same thing, basically, isn't it? That should be the resonance chamber, and the middle one is the one that's transmitting. I'm thinking the antenna should get connected to that one, and then put a tap on it, and then just, tap into the length of the antenna to find the right frequency. But you're right. I mean, since like my setup is not going to be standardized to what the other person does, if I have so many turns on my coil or whatever for my antenna, it won't be necessarily the same number of turns they have. So it'll have to take trial and error, right? Scrolling up and down. But I don't.
For example, one thing they do with crystal radios with a coil is sometimes they'll put a metal slug or sort of a nail thing in the center of the coil, and you can move that in and out to help tune the coil, and it increases the sensitivity of the coil enormously, like around 10 times, I think you get more sensitivity. So that's another, perhaps a rusty nail in the center of a nano-coated coil would be a appropriate sort of antenna ground connection for that kind of setup.
Well, since you have 2 coils, then you also have the screw or the nail in the middle. In a way, it's probably doing the same, might be doing the same thing without it. And, you already have that setup. In other words, it's so close to the setup of those radios and the original telegraph and telephone. It's got to be a way to use that for communication at the matter level, in case, if all the knowledge seekers have this simple setup, and a setup like that would cost what, $3, $5, something like that. I mean, a glass and a few pieces of metal and some wires. The most expensive thing is the headphones and microphone. And if you want to, and then of course a monitor and a camera, those you'd have to buy. That would be the most expensive part of the whole rig, which, but the transmitter, the computer, would be in the cup. It should be really, really cheap. Easy to so if every knowledge seeker has one of those and we can just tune in, we don't need any of this internet.
Well, ultimately, you don't need a cup and you don't need a coil or anything. You just need your own human biological machine to do the work. It does all the heavy lifting, and we do have the means of communicating, and there's people that actually do it already. So it depends on how many toys you want in between. How many cups and coils and gizmos and dials would you like? And that's basically the story with like radionics, for example, where you have a box with a bunch of knobs and there's nothing hooked up to, there's no wires hooked up to the knobs sometimes. And you still turn the knob and you get an effect because that's the way it interacts. It interacts with on a different level, a different dimension, not necessarily on the matter level dimension. So it depends on how far you want to go with it and how much matter level materials you want to have in between. You could have a perfect radio. We have it in a cell phone already with near perfect communications from the other side of the planet. And we have lots of examples that in our Zoom meetings.
Yeah, but those are dependent on the Rothschild, Rockefeller, royal family's control. It's like the internet. We're subject to them. See, if we can just replace that, then you're free of that. I mean, you're right. I mean, it's like the feeding stations. I mean, do you really need them? No. I mean, in principle. However, in the meantime, as people are starving and you can give them Gantz water to drink, or you can get them to stand in between some coils and some Gantz materials or whatever. It's just an interim. But considering how drastically the censoring is going, I know some people whose YouTube channels, you know, they don't even have to notify you. They just pull it, just gone. Mm-hmm. You don't even get a notification, nothing. And if you contact them, they don't even have to get back to you. Or if they do, just say the algorithm detected some problem, that's it. You know, it's a privilege.
Generally, they don't do it that way. They'll give you a warning, and then you get 2 warnings. And if you get, you get a warning, and then the second warning gives you a strike, and then the third warning is another strike, and the third strike, bingo, you're out automatically.
But I know some people who they had like million, you know, subscribers, boom, just gone.
Yep, right? They can take you out immediately. They don't have to go through the
they don't have to do anything,
process. Right? It has to be something drastic, though, where you're obviously.
And it's the same thing with the Zoom meetings. I mean, we're doing this by their privilege. They are allowing us to use their service for this purpose. Right?
Yep, that's right. That's what we all signed up for. That's a part of the agreement.
That's right. That's right. So it seems to me there would be a good priority to figure out how to bypass all of that with this technology in a simple way, right? Just get your computer, turn off the internet and connect the monitor and the camera and the speaker and the monitor to a glass cup with a couple of pieces of metal in it that you can find the tuning to. And we could all be having a meeting the same. I mean, let's face it, you're right, Rick. Well,
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, you're right. I mean, ultimately, this is not the way you go into space. You don't bring glass cups. You don't transmit on radio frequencies. You don't do it that way. But we're still on this earth, and we're still subject to the kings and their privilege. So in the meantime, it would be a really practical way of eliminating their control instantly. Yeah, I mean, once any of us can figure out how to make it work, and it's just a question of connecting the wiring right, you know, I mean, and some trial and error. And once two people connect, then we know that, okay, we've got it within a certain bandwidth, then everybody else can set up a similar thing and scroll up and down and find it. We could be having these meetings without any internet, no Zoom, you know. If you want to record it, you still can record it. Just get a recorder. You know, no problem.
Well, that's what shamans have done for millennia. They get together with other shamans on the shaman hotline, and you know, and go for nightly visits or whatever. So this is not unusual in that sense. And like I said, you can have any kind of interface that you wish to have as to stick in between. We did it with the tetrahedral rotating reactors years ago, where we had several groups, mentioned a couple of times recently. We had several groups around the world with the rotating reactors, along with Mr. Keshe doing it at the lab in Italy. And we were connected. We felt the connection. You could actually feel the connection with others, and that we were all focused. It was a focusing of attention, and that's what all these gizmos and things that, you know, crutches that they're basically crutches that allow us to confirm to ourselves that we can communicate telepathically and instantly if we so desire. And, that's more or less a given. And you can put anything in between that you like to maybe make the process more logical or more easy in some way, or more voice orientated, so we have an actual physicality voice coming out the other end and so on. But again, if you really want the voice coming out, then you'll just go through the regular procedures and arrange a crystal radio circuit or a ham radio circuit or whatever it is, with the power and the range and all of the techniques according to the ways the existing technology has been used for years and years, and you can broadcast to the other side of the planet that way and receive. But I know that's not your intention. Your intention is to work with the plasma technology and to do it in a different way. For example, what if the asteroid comes in, the atmosphere catches on fire, and none of our communications work anymore? The internet's down, all of our cell phones, all of the satellites, all of that stuff, poof, gone. What do we do then? No more phones, no more communications in that manner with the electromagnetic waves, so-called electromagnetic waves that we rely on in our cultures. How do we communicate then? So things like, some means of seeing from one place to another. Maybe people would use laser lights from mountaintop to mountaintop to communicate, or back to smoke clouds and using a fire.
We used to
drumming. Pardon me?
We used to write letters. Nobody does that anymore.
Yeah, but who's going to deliver them when all the systems are down and no longer working? But yeah, that's another thing, just a simple letter. In the old days, they used to have someone that would actually run with the message. And those runners, in Rome and so on, they might have to run 20, 30 miles a day or more. And of course, we had horses that were used at one point in the West, in North America, for, it was called the Pony Express, where they had horses that would rush the mail from one spot to the next, and you'd be racing from one point to the next on a horse. Well, hopefully we'll get beyond the horses and ponies and donkeys kind of aspect, and come up with something more elegant and reliable than that kind of, hopefully it'll be faster than our existing mail service, not slower, because the existing service is way less than instant communications, that's for sure.
This is probably where I could jump in and add some information here from recent observations, if you wish.
Sure, why don't you?
We have our own Australian version of Mr. Fix-It. This is one of the members of our group, James. He's the recipient of that recent machine that I showed on the previous talk. James lives in the rural, not far from here, but it's a mountainous subtropical region. He has a huge homemade bits and pieces of a sort of a dwelling, 2-story. And like you, Rick, he even has a ponytail. He collects all sorts of technology and has a whole range of different things. So in amongst the different gadgets he had at his place when I delivered the plasmatron, there were numerous radionics devices going. There were those Tesla lightning balls that you've played around with yourself. He had multiple ones of those around. He was playing around with sound systems. He's got an old caravan full of old VCRs and speakers and amplifiers, and even World War II signal generators, all sorts of gadgets laying around. So when we set up the plasmatron, there were other field generating devices around of all sorts of different frequencies and strengths, magnetic, EMF, all sorts of things. It was a bit of a hodgepodge. But amongst his stuff that he plays around with, he had an electric field meter that he could use to detect electric fields. You know, I suppose a bit like what the electricians use. But he had played around with this and he had tachyonized it. Now, what that involved, I'm not 100% sure, but I will find out, because he was able to detect way better than I was the fields in the plasmatron. And he actually was able to detect the free plasma zone within the 4 reactors. Now, that was extraordinary. When I set up and talked about this unit, well, it was a couple of weeks ago now, wasn't it? It hadn't been calibrated, which means I hadn't set down and exactly lined up the axis of all the poles of the rotating balls so that they all met at a central point within the geometric structure of the star tetrahedron. So when I had done the calibration and alignment properly, the experiences within the unit were amplified by orders of magnitude. People would feel it in every cell, basically. And we also used a plasma gel patch, CO2 plasma gel patch, to put your feet on. And that seemed to act as some sort of reflector that sent the energy waves back up your legs to that zone, amplifying the effects. So when it was delivered and he had this machine, and I talked about aligning it and how the people had experienced, myself included, a quite extreme field sensations once it was all reacting properly. So his electric meter, and I'll have to find out the model and everything that he's used, it looked a bit like a multimeter, but it was only specifically for picking up, I assume, electric fields, you know, radiating off wiring and stuff like that, because he is into electronics and all sorts of other things in the past. So we found that he was able to detect a very strong signal right in the center of the geometry. The light was flashing like mad. Now, my e-meter didn't pick up anything in the geometric center. It could only pick up the MagRav fields that were coming down the wires, going to the spinning balls and the motor, and the wooden shelving that the reactors were sitting on. His unit was also plugged into a MagRav, one of the units that are coming from the Polish group. And but it was quite amazing that the meter, and this could be something we need to share with the group, was able to detect that free plasma zone right in the center of the geometry. Now, the results were quite amazing. Following on, you mentioned radionics before. All through this place, James had little laptops connected up to radionics devices with little pyramids and transmitting sort of geometry set up here, there, and everything, doing different things. So he plays around with different things. I had to advise him to sort of move some of this away from the plasmatron because you didn't know what was doing which, including the large speakers that were right near it. And he would send energy into the speakers and modulate the sound with all sorts of other frequencies as well. But he did this interesting experiment. He immediately got an effect when he was in the unit for the very first time. It took away the effects of the anesthetic that had numbed his brain considerably. And he now had a clearer mind after 20 minutes. That was interesting, but that was the only effect I heard at the time. 2 weeks later, I rang him up and I got a bit of a report back that indicated that there was very, very positive results happening. that were astounding his medical team. But he played around when he went had to have a meeting with his physiotherapist. He decided to turn on the plasmatron and connect that to a radionics transmission setup. Now, I don't know much about radionics. You probably know a lot more than I do. But when he went, the plasmatron was feeding energy into an image of himself that was then being radionically transmitted to his body as he was out of location. So he was sending the energy, transmitting the energy, basically, I assume. Now, this is what we were just talking about, how we could transmit these sort of things. And what you guys experienced also years ago, I think I turned on my unit about 4 years ago when you were playing around with how people's units interacted with each other around the world. Mine got wobbles at certain points when somebody else turned theirs on the other side of the planet. So there was certainly something to it. Well, when he went to this medical place, and I can't quite understand how the doctors or the physicians, the physiotherapists that were there could detect that he had a different energy in his body that they had never seen before. And this was confusing the hell out of him. And it was essentially his plasmatron, the fields that were generating in the free plasma unit, which was roughly aligned up where his second chakra was when you sit in the chair. It was being transmitted to his body. It was now in another location using his radionics technology, and they were detecting it in the medical facility something like a half an hour away by car. So I got look into this a lot more, but it was really very, the two main things that came out of this was that the geometry aligning up the poles so that they all met perfectly in the geometric center of the star tetrahedron created the free plasma zone, which could now be detected by this meter, which had been modified by tachyon technology to become far more sensitive to pick up the fields. And that could be something that could be very valuable, how to pick up these fields. And he was able to transmit that to his body in a different location that could be picked up by the medical people. Exciting stuff. They were also absolutely confounded with the progress in his condition. He didn't probably go into the details with them about what was going on, but they said for a person in his 70s, even with a ponytail, that he was progressing dramatically faster than normal. And that had them pretty confounded. They were very confused about how this could possibly happen. So we'll get some more reports. He's documenting everything that's going on, and perhaps in some other situation where we are able to speak a bit more freely about what's going on here, we can publish these results. Multiple people who popped into this tetrahedron system all said the same thing happened to them, that previous trauma memories of pain came back. So the system was feeding energy into old injury positions and traumatic positions, and the memory surfing up, and they were feeling that. And when they grounded themselves afterwards, that completely cleared that memory and that pain system moved. So there's a whole lot of things that we need to research a lot more here. It's very interesting that the combination of the particular GANs that we used in combination with the geometry amplified, created a massive free plasma zone that a meter was able to pick up and show it. And the little light was flashing like mad when he moved over to a reactor or to the maggraph. It was flashing far less, but it was very obviously that within the geometric center, the meter was picking up a field strength that was way stronger than anything else anywhere else in that area. Very interesting stuff. So I'll find out more about the tachyon meter and how he did it. and try and share that with the group so other people can replicate that and then start exploring and seeing and detecting their own fluid plasma zones, creating it when you use multiple sources and get that sacred geometry just right. Any questions?
Well, thank you, Neil. That's true. We're still having that elusive find a meter to measure the fields situation. And I think right now the scientists are having a lot of trouble too, because they're busy trying to measure magnetic fields on a nano scale, and they've put a few years of efforts into that, and they're trying to measure some of the highest magnetic fields they've ever measured, and it's getting into the millions of Tesla, mega Tesla it's called. And if we consider that the 129 Tesla that Mr. Keshe achieved, what was it, 2015, was a world record at that time. And since then, we've gotten up to, scientists have gotten up to something like 1,200 Tesla. But now they've designed an experiment to get into the millions of Tesla magnetic fields, but on a nano scale. So this is an interesting development. And they have a way of doing that through implosion, using a laser and so on. So this is a whole new technology that's come up recently. And I think I've discussed it before. Maybe, let's see, I think I've got a website about that. Perhaps I can bring that up. What is it? Yeah, there it is. Have a quick look at this just to remind people that such a thing exists. Sometimes that's all we need to know. Let me just get that lined up. So this is a scientific paper. I can put the link into the chat. Let me do that now. And into the YouTube. And the live stream. And this is called Generation of Mega Tesla Magnetic Fields by Intense Laser-Driven Microtube Implosions. Well, that's a mouthful. This came out in September of this year. So generation of mega Tesla magnetic fields. Well, mega Tesla, like I mentioned, that's big. We don't see mega Tesla magnetic fields on Earth. In fact, mega Tesla and giga Tesla, which is billions of Tesla's magnetic fields, exist in magnetic stars like neutron stars, apparently. And they have the highest magnetic fields that have been recorded. So that's in way off in space, many light years away. And we haven't come anywhere close to that on planet Earth until this experiment came along, or at least this proposition for experiments. Kind of not clear whether they actually are doing it, which I expect they are, or if it's mostly theoretical testing. So if we just look at it, It's basically a microtube implosion driven by ultra-intense laser pulses is used to produce ultra-high magnetic fields. So that's basically it. And the way they do it is to have already a high magnetic field, and then they zap this tube with the laser, and it causes this implosion, and the ions inside this tube start rushing toward the center, and they implode and create these magnetic fields that are extremely intense. And a current is also created, it mentions here, in the peta-ampere per square centimeter, which is a lot. That means a lot of current. That means extremely dense current, and not something that we would normally be able to accomplish with copper wires and that kind of thing. So it goes on talking about all the different science and about the magnetic fields and so on and so forth. And most of it we can just skip over because there's complicated formulas and we don't want to get stuck on formulas and all that. They do have, for those that would like to get into that in more detail, it is there in detail for all of that. I tend to look for the pictures and get the summary perhaps. So I'm not seeing some, well, there we go. There's the picture. So this is kind of interesting here. If we have a look at it and get your head around it. First of all, the first picture, you can see that it's got this tube with these ultra intense, ultra short laser pulses impacting the tube, and the magnetic field, the B0, is going in that direction lengthwise to the tube. That's a preceded magnetic field. And what happens out of all this when it implodes is you get these separation of the ions, and they have a trajectory. So it shows that in this C, in this last picture here. And it's interesting in this way, I find, that it shows the electron trajectory. So the electrons are going this way in little circles, let's say to the left, or in a clockwise direction, actually, and compared to this circle in the middle, right? If you add up all these little arrows here, the red ones. And we have ions, which have the opposite charge, going in the opposite direction. And this is all due to this strong magnetic field. That's just the way charged ions move, according to what's called the Lorentz force. So they'll tend to rotate around this central magnetic field, and they'll also be creating that magnetic field at the same time. Here's what the really interesting part is, I find, is these electrons going in one direction and the opposite charged ions going in the other direction. Well, the current actually adds together. That's what we see as this JE and JI here. It's the current from the electrons and the current from the ions. It goes in the same direction because of the charge being different, and they're in different, moving in different directions, the electron and the ion. They add, their current actually adds together. So the faster these electrons and ions spin, the more current builds up, and the more current builds up, the more spin, and the more the magnetic field builds up in that very center of centers, that voidness in the center, that special free plasma in the middle. That's where the highest magnetic fields develop from this wickedly rotating it is a plasma, but a current in this plasma, it's a plasma ring basically that forms. It's a toroid ring. This ring of current forms these extremely high magnetic fields in that very center, megatesla, millions of Tesla, which is, you know, billions of times the Earth's magnetic field. And the highest magnetic fields they have been able to envision on planet Earth is what's envisioned by this experiment. And they show the hole in the middle that Mr. Keshe has talked about so much and we've all addressed and so on. That hole in the middle is controlled by the current, which if it's in a superconducting state, like in a plasma in a nano level, that current can go to infinite amounts. It can just continue to build and build. And according to these electrons and ions, as they build up this current ring, and these magnetic fields can get higher and higher, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you've got a control of gravity type situation. In this is what I see in this simple little drawing here. So like it's pretty obvious, even just in a very matter level magnetic field level. We've seen pictures last week of a frog being levitated in a magnetic field. They've done that years ago, over 10 years ago now. They've levitated other life forms in magnetic fields. So, and that's just fields they generated in the lab. That is not with this kind of technology and nowhere near the intensity of this technology. It's many, many gradations lower. That's when they levitate a frog. So this is, I think, pretty big news that's just come out in the last couple of months. And it's quite interesting because this, to me, represents the way the universe works. If you look at the top view of a galaxy, it's basically the same thing. You've got this ring, and you've got the the stars moving around and so on, all adding to this current, this current ring. And of course, the magnetic field comes out from that center. The way we're looking at it now, it would be in from the screen and out from the screen. And that's what happens in galaxies. We have these jets of gamma rays and jets of plasma that get expelled by the galaxies. So it's the same principles. And again, it gets into more graphs and other stuff. But I thought that one picture in particular kind of says it all. Shows the collapse of the cavity and what it looks like and how the magnetic fields build and so on and so forth. A lot of technical stuff in there, but if you just sidestep all the technical and just go to the beauty of how this essentially black hole is created and how the opposites of electron and ion in the plasma create the rotating current. And if you got a rotating current, you've got a magnetic field. And in this case, because the current goes next to infinity from that implosion process, it creates magnetic fields that approach infinity as well. All right, any comments, ideas, suggestions, or anybody inspired to build a device of some sort with this information? No, eh? Oh, we have a hand up here. There's some people that need to be promoted. Hi, Lawrence. We'll bring you in. I see your hands up. You can go ahead when you're Open your microphone as soon as you wish there, Haideen and Mashfaq as well. Bring you in. What do you think, Lawrence? What's on your mind?
Hi, Rick. I hope you hear me.
Yes, loud and
morning.
clear.
I think there are at least three topics we've already been discussing in detail, which came to my mind when you were showing this experiment. Firstly, the tube of light in itself, as Mr. Keshe, how light is made up of the principal fields and how it's propagating. So light can be considered a tube in itself as it is. Secondly,
Yep. Good point. I like that one. Thank you. Yeah.
Secondly, the tube, which is our body, you know, from our mouth to the bottom, which is also a tube. Mr. Keshe always explained that it's a vacuum container in itself, and basically the energies that we are creating are working on the same principle as far as the soul of the body is concerned, in my opinion. And thirdly, and finally, the device which I think started Mr. Keshe exploring all these phenomenon is the radiation detector. You know, the tube which has this pin in the center, and you know, collects fields or collects radiation, which we've also been discussing, how the matter level energies are being detected. But I think the first topic, the topic of light as a tube, is the most interesting of all of these, and is also the mostly connected to this experiment. So. And this is what I think we've been talking about last week too, when I brought up the nothing grinder and the other, the circle was the circle inside, the yin and yang movement, etc. So I think we should go the light way. And on that note, I will kindly invite the others to join in the discussion.
I like your idea of the light tube. That really makes sense in many ways. It's already got its preceded magnetic field that's part of it, as we see here. And it seems like all it would take would be these ultra intense, ultra short light pulses going at the correct angle to the existing light rays coming in. And that would provide some sort of implosion or pinch effect that might give these ultra high magnetic fields.
Well, Mr. Keshe has been explaining that it all stems from what we call the fields, where the light itself is also an expression of the fields traveling. So I think this experiment somehow points us to this understanding, that we should try to understand how light behaves, because in the end, all the experiments we've been doing is a conversion of fields from light or to light and from light. So basically, in my opinion, matter as we consider it is light in a stationary form, you know, combined with the inertia, whatever we would call it, and light in its traveling form, you know, the UFO over Jerusalem, when it shifts to a traveling mode, is light and the matter that it previously formed converted back into the energy state and then traveling from here to there. And in a simpler way, just to not be so you know, scientific or sci-fi, we also have it in our own body, because each time we eat some food, the food in its matter state gets converted to state, stomach or whatever, and then it being transformed back into what we call the bodily cells. And when we want to get rid of those energies or the cells, we convert them back to energies. And those energies are then converted in our kidney, for example, to be released back into matter again. So this hidden force from energy or light state to matter and or gaseous state, depending on the compression or the compactness of it, this hidden force is going on even in our own bodies. So I think we should work on this understanding of what light, what the constituents are, and what kind of effects we can understand through the experiments, as you, for example, brought up at the moment. But in the end, it's going to be ourselves. And I think this is what Mr. Keshe has been explaining the last few times. When we understand how we can convert our own body as Gans back into the light state, you know, like the monk who's sitting there in meditation and whoop, in the blink of an eye, because of his understanding, he can convert himself back into the light state and then travel wherever he wants, like or wherever was in accordance with the universe he can go, where he's best needed or something like this. So I think we should think in terms of light and how light and the fields interact and how they convert back and forth, and apply all the things we've been taught.
Okay, good point. I also bring up I can show this article, I guess it's from NPR, and it's just a website. We'll quote a couple of parts out of it. Again, this is from like the regular scientists, but what they've discovered just recently, this article's from November 18th, just last week, basically. It's about light in space. And they've discovered there's actually about twice as much light in space than what they had predicted. Somehow they get these things wrong, but apparently with the probes that they've sent out and so on, they out beyond Pluto, they discovered that there's major sources of light, and it's even difficult for them to pick up where it's coming from because they're not sure where it's from. So it's interfering with their processing and so on and so forth. So it's like it says here, in fact the amount of light coming from mysterious sources was about equal to all the light coming in from the known galaxies. So there's either unrecognized galaxies out there, he says, or some other source of light that we don't yet know what it is.
Well,
these are the top scientists, and they hardly have a clue about light. You know, this is so funny. They're saying, so what it is here, it says the new findings are sure to get astronomers talking. They're saying that there's as much light outside of galaxies as there is inside of galaxies, which is a pretty tough pill to swallow, frankly, says Michael Zemkoff, an astrophysicist at the Rochester Institute of Technology, who's not part of that research and so on. He says, like, hey guys, he says it's very difficult to turn around and say to the astronomical community, like, hey guys, we're missing half of the stuff out there. So this is quite funny, I think. And now they're obviously going to have to incorporate that into their newer ideas. So sorry, go ahead. Someone had a comment there. Thought I heard a voice. Anyway, that's the new headline. Scientists discover outer space isn't pitch black after all. I love it when silly things like that get discovered where half of the known knowledge they have is incorrect.
Rick, hi, it's Dean here. Space, it's a very vast place, and for mankind to have comment on what's going on in space is quite a difficult phenomenon, I would have thought, to express, because how does man know? I mean, from what we're told, man has visited the moon, man has sent all sorts of craft that have gone around to Mars and various other places. But man itself, has it ever visited space, really? Has it ever gone to these positions? How can it understand something that's just viewing from a fixed position? It seems to me it's a bit bizarre that you can make a judgment on something that you've never experienced. Were you there? Were you there at the point? Have you experienced it? On a soul level, yes, we have. But on a matter state level, no, I don't think we've actually been to that position. So we wouldn't, we're back into making conclusions and theories up about something that we know nothing, we've not experienced. So other than, as I said, on a soul travel, on a position of going there each night and remembering and being part of that on a soul level, but in matter state, no, I find that difficult for people to comment on that.
Dean, do you have a trouble believing in the sun?
No, not myself, no.
Okay. Do you have trouble believing in stars?
The stars that I feel and that I'm connected with and see, and they see me, of course not, no.
Okay. I'm just trying to kind of razz you a bit here in terms of I like, you know, I understand, and I'm just trying to get my head around there's different ways of, or different viewpoints, you could say, or different perspectives, of course. So if we look up in the sky and we see North Star, for example, and we assume it's the North Star so many light years away and blah, 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 as normal astronomy would tell us. And then we might say, well, I don't know if I believe that or not, because they're just relying on their measurements from space of the light signal of certain frequency or whatever way they measure it. And we might not believe that those measurements are true, or maybe we think that the stars are just little, you know, holes in the black screen of the roof of the, you know, they're just close to the Earth actually, and just the light's coming through these little holes or something like that, or whatever we happen to believe. But we might believe, oh, the sun, well, I believe the sun, I can see the sun, it's there, I can feel this, the heat of it, therefore it's real. Whereas the stars are not so real, because we can see that tiny little, you know, pinpoint of light, but we don't feel their heat, we don't feel their existence normally. I mean, we can, like when we tune into especially our favorite stars, our favorite star systems, maybe we actually came from those star systems, and we can sense or feel the emission from them, or the vibe, the vibration, the you know, the strength, field strength of it. But on the other hand, you know, a lot of people make that distinction. The sun seems real, but the other stars are, we can't measure them really, because our measuring implements are not, they're too crude to measure correctly where the distances and that sort of thing. So what do you have to say about all that? Or is that irrelevant?
No, that's all very relevant, Rick. For me, how can I describe it? We've been told, we've experienced many things through the knowledge that we've been given through NASA and various other organizations. A lot of people have theories that behind NASA and these sort of space agencies, there's an agenda that's been going on where they've been going into space and they've had programs where they've visited other worlds and other dimensions. And this is kept from mankind because apparently we're not ready. Whether this is true or not is, I cannot really say, but that's just the sort of things that's spoken about constantly in the alternative media. This is spoken about a lot. I think mankind as a race, as a species, as a soul collective is ready to experience this. And I think that a lot of the vibration and all the conditions on this planet right now are coming to a position, a point where mankind is about to step into this new position of going to visit suns, maybe in the matter state, in a craft, but maybe also traveling each night, but having to get into a position where people can do this on a conscious thought level. I know a lot of you guys that have been working with the Keshe plasma technology are very close, and I'm sure you've had experiences where you're changing your realities around you with the reactors, with your own reactor, the magrav that's within yourself, and that conscious thought and intention. And we can do it now. I mean, we can all, whether you close your eyes or whether you just think about it, we can all let's go to the moon right now. So let's go. I'm there. I'm now on the moon walking around in my thoughts and intentions. I'm now going, walking around. I can feel the dust in my feet, and I'm going around and I'm sitting on a rock. And now I'm back. So I've just gone to the moon and back. It's just a conscious thought. And when we start to act in that way, we're going to change realities. We are really going to change realities in a very big way. People have got stuck in the matter state condition on this planet with the environment and the conditions that were given by a lot of it we've done to ourselves. A lot of these situations that we imagine it to be outside of ourselves is really not. It's within ourselves, and we're creating these realities through our thoughts and intentions that we're feeding back into our environment. So that's why you can only control yourself. Stop looking outside of yourself for all these things. Just go within, because when you go within yourself and you really connect with yourself using the Ganses and this technology, you can space travel, you can go anywhere, you can do anything, and you can be anything. I think that's the realization I think many souls are starting to take through this technology. And that's why this technology is being suppressed to a certain extent, because people, entities understand the fact that mankind has got to that position, that point where it's about to start realizing other dimensions through its conscious soul, through its ability to know what it really truly is. I mean, we know that we are a ray from the sun. We have a soul that's given to us in a condition that is, let's say, when we have a ray that meets the atmosphere of the earth, you get that friction, that rubbing of the fields together, and we create a soul. The soul is allowed to come into the body and be part of mankind, to be part of the conscious souls all across the universe. And once that position is taken, it's an energy pack. It's forever. It's eternity. And so you're an energy pack. You're a walking GANs nano-coated body walking around that can manifest at will. We just need to get to that point where we remember that. And I think we are. You can, as I said, the choice is yours. If you want to go by a spaceship, and all you guys in these reactor groups, you're still working, a lot of it's in the matter state, and everything you do, you want to work in the matter state and create the spaceship. Mr. Keshe said the spaceship is a donkey. That's fine. If you really want to travel the spans of the universe in a donkey, you're very welcome to, but it's going to take you a very long time. When you come to a position of understanding that if you work with your soul you can go from point A to point B and all the points instantly, I think most of us would choose the soul position. Once you understand it and you comprehend what it really means. And I think that this knowledge is gradually coming out, and hopefully mankind, humanity is ready for it, because I do believe it is now time for this to happen. So I'll leave that one with you, Rick.
May I share an experience? I met some weeks ago a human being, and we got into connection according to the plasma technology, because she wanted to know about, and therefore we met. And in the first 2 meetings, we had experiences where she was feeling something that she needed, and without saying a word, I was grabbing the thing and giving it to her. And the same vice versa. I don't had to say anything, and she realized my need, and it was, for me, it was like a soul connection. Then a situation happened where she canceled her job. I don't know this word at the moment, but she lost her job. And in this situation, she had some anger and other things. And it was at the moment where it happened, I had the feeling to lay down. And I was not sleeping, but my body was like calm. And on the third eye, I could see some pictures from the situations and feel the connection. And it was like I was giving to her. It's not happening very often. It was just these few situations, and then I have not experienced further such soul connections. And everybody may experience, may tap into it. It's like it's an unknown world. We don't know much about this world. We just know exactly it exists. And we need to be open for it. We need to be, we need to left behind our judgments and our filters. And the connection to the other being has to be some kind of minimum strong. You need a very good connection. But this connection goes over unlimited distance. Everybody who is ready gets such experiences. And if you are starting to get ready, you get experiences, and then you have to wait for the next ones. It's the thing that you have to find your middle. You have to go for the experiences and go for the things you need on your way. Because the plasma technology is so big, so many things. And many of us get stuck at the point to reach something. We need the communication and how to do it, and then we're circling around this topic. But we have to focus on ourselves and our way, because we need to come to a certain point where we are able to experience these things. Thank you.
Joseph, that was beautiful. Thank you for that. So the interactions you've been having, are you feeling that you're having interactions yourself on a cosmic level? Do you feel that?
Sometimes it's like you said it. It's not every time. And since I started to work with less sleep and other things, these experiences got far away somehow. Because I'm focused on meta states, but it's good at the moment.
Yeah. And so these experiences, are you? What do you mean that when you have more sleep or less sleep?
When I'm in the middle and balanced, then it's these experiences are more open to me.
Okay, and these experiences you're having, you're interacting with other souls now. You're saying you're feeling the soul of other people, and you're experiencing where you're connecting to almost to their thoughts without you knowing, to the plasma side of people, where you're reading their thoughts and intentions, so that you can, as you say, interact in the matter state and actually hand them things or give them things you believe that they need straight away.
Not consciously, and it's in the work. There are many people there. I don't do it. Why? Because if I'm open and receive from soul level, and there are situations where I tell an answer and the person was not asking for it. These are moments that are not easy for the people on metastate if they have no experiences. It's not good to push them into the openness. You have to feel when it's ready. There are just a few moments where it's good to show some things and good to interact on higher level with the people, because they have to be ready. Because what happens, somebody is not ready, you're showing that you can levitate. This guy maybe will be very, and wow, and how do you do it, and other things, but he will go maybe away from his way, because maybe just 10 years after he gets this experience, and then he's ready for it, and then he has not this emotional explosions and other things, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah.
but maybe I cannot speak it in English. It's
Try. You're doing very well, Joseph. It's wonderful to start having this interaction, this plasma interaction, on a level where we're speaking to each other through a platform that is giving us the ability to speak. But the strange thing is that what you've just described, we should be able to communicate with each other without this platform. And we have that ability. We have that ability to connect with each and every person here that's listening, that's present with us now in this very moment. And if we consciously think about all these souls and actually see the light around us, I mean, I don't mean it with your eyes, I mean through the soul of the man. I mean through your feelings and your intentions. When you actually start consciously, I'm not thinking, feeling. So if I close my eyes gently now and just try to feel my environment, the fields around myself, and not just with mankind always look through its eyes. It's a very, very narrow window, and we can go into that many ways. But if you expand your consciousness and feel all the way around your body, so 360 in all dimensions, a sphere all around yourself, feel that intensity and feel the lights all around your body, because there are many present souls with each and every one of us all the time. We're constantly connected. So if you can connect your conscious feelings, then many more people start to experience this. And I think, Joseph, when you said about that you cannot give this information to people, who are not ready, I understand that. Those souls are in the physicality are not ready, but you can still give them your loving intentions, and you can still elevate yourself to help these other souls to become aware of their own divinity, their own truth. And it's just a matter of a gentle, as you're saying, you don't have to show things to them, levitation and things. You can just gently let them understand and view you from a point of their position of understanding. But to see your conscious light, to see you shining very brightly, just being you, that's enough. You're planting a seed, and that's all it requires. So keep doing it, Joseph. And it's wonderful to have, as I said, this conversation, this matter state conversation, so we can express this to other people.
Yes, what I want to add is the soul level is parallel all the time interacting. In the company, when I was working, there were moments where I have some topics in my life that got some kind of bigger to process it. And it was like this topic went away. I have given it free, and some other got it, processed it, because it was not her topic. But I got a topic from her back to process it, because I can easily process it, because I'm not connected to it. So it's some kind of interacting all the time, and it's like to be schizophrenic, because till both levels are not coming to one. You can be either on one level when you are sleeping, on the soul level maybe, and when you are conscious, you are more on matter level. But later on, both levels are getting to one.
Yeah, I understand that, Joseph. Yeah, keep going. Because I think that the point you just made there is a very important point. That Mr. Keshe said this. It's about seeing in both dimensions, and the soul seeing the physical body, and vice versa. The ability to operate in two dimensions. I think we already have this, but as Mr. Keshe has through his teachings given us the ability, I think, to understand this, that we will feel it, and we will feel both dimensions at the same time, and that's two dimensions. But as we all know, you're connected to everything and everybody. So in reality, there's countless dimensions that we're connected to. We were connected to everything that's around us, at every point, everything in the matter state and everything in the plasmatic state. It's us. I mean, that's what we are. That's our divinity. That's our deep connection that we need to remember, I think.
Can I add something in here?
Please do, Mario.
I don't have this differentiation between, you call matter level and energy level. To me, matter level is a bandwidth on that spiral. Energy level is higher bandwidth. And I'm 100% convinced in Mr. Keshe's teaching that the soul of the man is a composer. And I've actually measured it. I'm pretty sure these measurements are accurate, that your soul has, I think it's like 465 trillion layers, something like that. I forgot the number, 650 trillion layers. Every layer is a broadcasting station. No different than radio. You call it the matter level or whatever you want to call that. Everything, magnetic positioning is based on tuning. Mr. Keshe said you can create a magnet for anything to transfer energy. You simply have to find its frequency. And you can create motion from one to the other and transfer the energy. So our souls are broadcasting out on these 465 trillion layers of frequencies. It's a bad word but lack of a better term, broadcasting. But like I was saying about my little simple radio, plasma radio, the other person at the other end, in order to be able to tune the mind, we have to find the same frequency. Then you get a transfer of energy, and then it's easy to embed into that audio signals. I've already shown that works. Actually, we did an experiment years ago where audio signals were directly being transmitted into the GANS materials that was being reflected into these lights that were happening. Yeah, so there's no question that they will transmit audible signals, and if that's the case, but you have to find the tuning for it. And somebody has to be on the other end receiving. I can broadcast all I want on frequencies. If nobody's answering, it doesn't get heard. And this is the thing, you know, you have to be open. You have to be scanning for the frequencies of the others. You can tune to them. We can tune to each other at the soul level without any devices, but you have to be aware that you have to tune to the right tuning. You have to find the frequencies that I have to find your tuning so that I connect to you. So you notice that back years ago, to pray for, or to elevate the souls of the leaders, they put the pictures of the leaders on there so you could look at their pictures, so you have some sort of mental image of them. This is how you connect to your grandmother who's dead. Her soul is still there, yeah? But if you imagine her in your mind, you're bringing up her energy signature. There's a whole bunch of frequencies, a whole bunch of field strengths that are particularly hers. And so you broadcast them, boom, you connect. See, you connect to the person. You're not connecting on a single frequency. Everything, the orange has got its own energy signature. It's called timbre. It's the simplest thing to understand. It really, I could show it in minutes how one thing is the same as the other, but slightly different with its energy signature. So you have this tuning based on getting the right timbre of it. And the right tuning and the right timbre. And you got your grandmother, you got somebody on the other side of the planet, somebody on the side of the universe. But if you're not scanning for it, if there's not somebody else, even in the simple radio like I have here, at the matter level, that's already been done in a different way. I just want to use Keshe technology to replace this or technology, but do the same thing. We know it works. You still have to have somebody tuned to it. Otherwise, you don't receive it. So I can broadcast all day long. If nobody's on the other end going, wait a minute here, wait, hello, can I hear? You don't get it, right? So it's our awareness of that, that we're missing.
Mario, Mario, just sorry to jump in. So what you've just touched on something there. So when we hear of one of the stations, what am I trying to think of? Someone like NASA, something like NASA, you know, when they send this signal out and they're sending a signal out constantly, or somebody's sending a signal out looking for aliens or something into space. There's no one's going to be listening to that frequency because of the situation of the lockdown on this planet, because of the situation of humanity's killing, its ability to actually take another life. Because in the universe, lives are very precious. It's not a life, it's a soul. It's an energy transfer. It's a giving and taking. So, so they won't be listening to this frequency, Mario. So you've just touched on something there. So when you actually are in the right conditions in yourself, then other frequencies will pick up on you, and you can deeply connect with people that have, as we say in the matter state, have died or passed away. But in reality, they're an energy pack. They're an eternity being that are sat there, feeling and expressing their love and light to you. You just need to tune to it. And whether you do that with a picture or whether you do that with a conscious thought, that is really your own intentions. But you can reconnect with every being in the universe once it is created. An energy pack is created. It's forever. It cannot be dispersed.
Hello, this is Lawrence. Mario, you please listen to yourself. You says there's no difference because it's one plasma. I think that's the whole point, which we are all in some way missing, because we're identifying ourselves with whatever we call our body. Our body is basically that one plasma. We are one with creation. We are one with everyone. As long as we're making the difference of I and you, we're creating that what you call separatedness, and which is basically the cause of the missing link. If,
Well,
on the soul level, we are the one plasma, and the reflection of that one plasma is what we call our body and our own soul. But the whole universe is one, because we are just like the creator. We are one with everything. And as soon as we realize this in terms of living, we can say that we are somewhere else as one, and then we materialize there in a form of body, whatever we may call it. It's just our own consciousness that's or a habit, let's say it like this, because I think it's only habitual, that's limiting us to this limited state.
Well,
it's a habitual thing.
Yeah, but see, this, I was trying to say this. You see, it's not us broadcasting and they're not listening. It's the other way around. We're the ones that are not. I can't hear your thoughts because I'm blocking it, because of our behavior. I'm hiding. Yeah, we're all hiding. See, this is the problem. This is why if I'm broadcasting on my radio and you're not picking it up, why not? See, if we're all one, why aren't we all one? We are members of the universal community. We're the ones that don't admit it. We're the ones that, you know, somebody says, who decides whether you become a member of the universal community? Your decision. Why are we not receiving what's already there? They're already broadcasting. In fact, you can't stop the broadcast. All you can do is block them. You're creating your own Faraday cage to block out all these other frequencies, all these other tunings, so that we're not doing that. And this is what we really need to learn. Yeah, how do we?
That Faraday cage is our emotions. It's the dust on the window.
That's right. That's right. And those are the filterings that are blocking out these things. And this is why, like when Joseph was saying how he was able to tune, but then he couldn't get it all the time. But he knew, so he found it, but then he couldn't get it. So practice. You have to practice. You have to know how to do it. And you have to understand that that's what's going on. And there's another thing that I keep bringing this up. I don't think it's matter level when you're using the technology. I think you're replicating the plasma at what you call matter level. To me, is just this bandwidth that's tangible to the physicality. I mean, we use gas materials. We use metals, we use wires to connect them, right? We use star formations, yeah? And then what? You use that to amplify the fields. What Rick was talking about, I remember watching that live. You know, I didn't really understand what was going on, but I got the gist of it. They connected these 4 reactors in 4 parts of the world with the free plasmas. All it did was amplify. That's all it really did. Same thing with these bubbles. Yeah, I mean, I noticed this years ago, this mosquito experiment, if I call it that. I remember sitting in Shanghai, I wasn't eating, and they were giving really, really high quality food to the band. And I was just sitting there not eating, but I watched everybody slapping themselves when mosquitoes were out, yeah? And I wasn't getting bitten as usual. And I thought, wow, let me see if I can expand my bubble out to feed the other mosquitoes. And I tried, and I noticed as soon as I said that, I just said to the other mosquitoes, look, take my energy, take from me. And then all of a sudden I noticed people stop slapping themselves and stop waving away the mosquitoes, yeah? And then I thought, wow, okay, let me see if I can extend this to the other side of the restaurant, because I'm looking over the other side of the restaurant. It was an outdoor restaurant. Let me see if I can extend that. And I found that I couldn't get it, yeah? Now, I know that was my own limitation, all right? I didn't have enough confidence to do that. But something struck me at that time. I thought, hey, you know, if there was somebody else who knew what I knew sitting on the other side of the restaurant, and they could do their bubble to where my bubble and their bubble connected, then that would amplify and cover the whole room, maybe the whole block. Yeah, and if somebody else on the other side of town could do the same thing, maybe a couple of people, we could get a whole bubble that would cover the whole of Shanghai, and nobody would be getting bitten by mosquitoes anywhere in Shanghai. See what I mean? It just amplifies it. All it does is the interaction, 1 + 1 equals 3. You increase the amplitude. It's all frequency and amplitude modulation is all energy. That's how we measure it. But it's more than that. It's 3-dimensional. That's 2-dimensional. But nonetheless, it's the same thing. This is the idea. You create these ganses and you're spraying them out into the thing every day at the same time. Everybody does that. The same gas materials on one side of the planet and on the other side of the planet, sooner or later, the bubbles start to increase. If you spin them, you throw the fields out, you make them larger. If you can get a free plasma, that amplifies it again. And so one guy's bubble connects to somebody else's bubble over there. And pretty soon the whole planet is covered with these bubbles. And it's one bubble. And then that's the whole idea. It's just amplifying. What do you got? Fields of CO2, CuO. That's the emotions and the physicality right there. That's all you really need. Yeah, or whatever. You want to put the food ganses in there. See, it's that, right? And it's us that is limiting it, right? So we need to use the technology to understand the way the universe works. Understanding how a radio works teaches us how my soul can communicate to another soul. There cannot be different physics to that. It's a tuning to tuning, has to be. If I'm not in tune with it or I'm blocking it, then I don't get it, right? Simple as that. So this technology it's all one physics, the way I see it, yeah? So doing these experiments, I think, is really important, doing the physical experiments in order to take our knowledge to another level. Like Rudolf Steiner wrote this book, A Knowledge of Higher Worlds. Actually, the premise is the universe is a ball inside a ball inside a ball inside a ball inside a ball, which is what the ancients believed. And he calls them higher worlds, which way is higher is, he doesn't really explain. But he calls it, the book is called A Knowledge of Higher Worlds and Its Attainment. Not the attainment of the higher worlds, the attainment of the knowledge that the higher worlds exist. You need that. That's first. See, you need that. Once you have a knowledge that these higher worlds exist, then accessing them becomes, well, much easier anyway. See what I mean? So anyway, I just wanted to say that we are the ones that are blocking the communications, not the universal community, not your grandmother. You know, it's that. So
Mario, so you said something about spraying out the ganses and creating this field, a way of communicating on a regular basis. You said on a daily basis. So we are a walking GANs production. That's what we are, and we're nano-coated GANs. So we can spray those thoughts and intentions out with doing daily practices. Where you communicate on your understanding, your level, to the universe or to the inner earth or to whatever universe you decide to connect with, everything you've just explained. But doing daily mantras, however you want to say it, where you connect consciously inside yourself, but by connecting inside yourself, you're actually connecting with everything. I think that's really important. I have another knowledge seeker here with me, Brigitte, and she does daily mantras. She sings and plays certain melodies consciously every day. And I'm talking, she's doing this many, many times a day, the same thing over and over again. And she's creating and helping many, many people. She helps many souls by connecting her thoughts and intentions to the consciousness of all the souls. I think, I don't know if Brigitte, would you like to say anything? Explain yourself, Brigitte?
But let me just add one thing to that. You see, there's the emotions in the singing and the songs and all that, and that's the frequencies. Those are the energy levels. Yeah, the bandwidths of the frequencies with certain ones that are there, like musical tones. It's a melody. It doesn't just have all of the notes. It's got certain notes in a certain order, in some repeated, some going back, some going forward. It's a particular melody that's reaching and touching the emotions. That's called that frequency. But then you have amplitude. how many people can hear it? Well, I mean, if you put a microphone on there, then the whole room can hear it, or bigger speakers, then the neighborhood can hear it. You can connect it to the Zoom meeting, and people all around the world can hear it, but only the ones that are tuned into that frequency, they hear it. So it's about amplifying. So you have your soul and your intentions. That's the frequencies. That's the energy signatures of it, of an orange. That's different from a grapefruit or a banana or a person. It's just field strengths and a certain melody. It's just a given melody. Yeah. But then how do I get that to you? Well, I can amplify it. If I can connect my cup to your cup, and we can talk, and you can hear me on that, then boom, I could put an orange on there, and you'll be able to smell and taste the orange on your, because it's just transferring of the energy. See,
Mario, sorry, I want to interrupt you there a bit. It's about the common denominator.
I want to
interrupt
both you guys and hear from Brigitte, who we've heard from everyone but her. So let's, Dean, you asked Brigitte if she had something to say there, and I think she was going to say something.
Yeah, she I think Brigitte would like to say, she knows she's doing many things, Rick, that will, as I said, she needs to explain it herself, but she does some daily practices that I know enhance the fields around her and her whole environment. And she's creating an oasis by her thoughts and intentions. And I'll let Brigitte now explain herself.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Here's Brigitte. Since my childhood, I just want to give pleasure. Yeah. Then I also, it's very important for me to create something that is universal, yeah, beyond any concept of religion or culture or whatever, as the birds do, as some insects and animals do, just being present, just singing, just making sounds. So what I do is that I, as often as is possible, I am outside, I am bare feet, I am so deeply in love with the sun. I stand in the sun and then I sing my songs that are very simple, just a sentence like all my cells are a lot of suns, yeah, or just humming, because I think, and with this unconditional love, just spreading, regardless whether somebody is listening to that or not. So I do that when I'm alone, I do that with groups, and my aim is just to inspire, to encourage, and to awake the liveliness in each human being that has got lost maybe, or hidden, or there are a lot of layers.
Brigitte, could you give us a practical example of that, like something short that you might sing or say? What would that be like when you're
what I could offer is some days ago there came a melody to me, and I like to hum it because it contains, I'm also interested in the basic symbolism of numbers. So it contains the number 1, what is for me the beginning of a new cyclus. It contains the number 3 for being creative, and it contains the number 5 for symbol for love. So if you like it, I could take my guitar and hum this song as a contribution, to all the 5 pillars. I have read the 5 pillars, and I'm so familiar with them, or I have been so familiar with them for many years. So if you like, I could hum this song.
That would be so terrific. Thank you very much.
Okay, Rick, so Brigitte's going to go and get a guitar and everything now. So we'll just give her a few moments to go and do that. So if you guys want to talk amongst yourselves, and then Brigitte will come back in a little bit.
Thank you. That's great. I kind of put her on the spot there, and she was a good sport and came through. So thank you very much.
Rick, she's already back with the guitar in hand, so she's ready to go.
Ready to go. Excellent.
And I always invite all people to follow me, to take part. So if, just come along if you want.
Okay, guys, break out your guitars. It's time for band practice.
Thank you, Brigitte. That was wonderful.
Yeah, it was a bit exciting for me. I prefer the rhythm of the rocking rhythm because I also remind people I care for handicapped people, for example, ill people, children, and so on. I like to remind them of the very first days when they were a baby, when they were born. And this is that what I always say, each human being was a baby once and wants just to be loved, to be held, to be caressed, to be rocked. So I remind the people of this experience.
That's
And
exactly how I felt, actually. I was going to mention that this would be a great tune to have like a 20-minute tape of it for people to play, to put their kids to bed with. They would just tune into it and just zone out, basically. It's a nice way to make that transition into the sleep. It allows the physicality to take a break and then you just sit there and relax and not have to do stuff, but still enough to focus on, to keep the attention and allow the soul to come out to play, let's say.
Yeah, that's true. And this is this daily. I think it's important so daily to have some time just to stop thinking, because the mind wants to know so much. Just being present totally and just have this rest. Maybe, of course, there are different kinds of creativity. Other people like painting or whatever. And I also concentrate on my breath. So just to take some minutes and make deep breath and so this is I think this daily minutes, or whether they're 5 minutes or 10, they are so important that people get serene, especially in that times we experience now. So for me, it's the music, and it's a pleasure to play my flute or to play my monochord. So in fact, this melody was created when I was standing at the monochord and playing. It just came to me. And so this is what I want to inspire people, because some people, or a lot of people say to me, they can't sing. And I say, everybody can sing, because we were born with a voice. And it shall be very simple, because then when it's simple, we do it daily. And so I also I just take time to sing, but I also sing when I'm cleaning something, cooking, walking, cycling, so you can combine, And this is what I want to say and to give you, and just for inspiration.
Very
thank
nice.
you for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution here. That is exactly what I was wishing for, and it satisfied me completely. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm sure others got a lot out of that too. We get into our theories and ideas and some mental chatter here quite a bit, and that's all very good. But sometimes it's good to just simply sit and be present. And this kind of music, it's not even really music. It's more, to me, like it's more of an invitation, let's say, to just let go and be present, and still with attention, though, to be here in the moment with our full attention, yet not focused on the physicality. So this is, I think, the first step in order to get to that place of full communication that we were talking about earlier with Mario and so on. If we can get ourselves into that position of coming from that central place of quiet, of stillness, that the center of the cyclone, as they say, is still. There's stillness in the center of the cyclone. And if you can get to that point, then no matter how hectic your life is, if you can touch on that central point of stillness, then you've connected with the universe through that point. And you can connect with all the others that are also experiencing that point, because it's all the same point.
Rick, just when Brigitte's singing, and when it's the same as when I'm taking a picture. I go into a position where I stop thinking. I just feel that position, And for me, there's no. I've got to a point where I don't have to consciously think of something. I just feel it, and I can take a picture very easily. With a musician, they're just wondering how Brigitte would feel if she could express herself in what does she feel when she is playing this music? Does she go into oneness? Is she consciously thinking, or is she in a position of no thought and just letting it flow from her physical body, but connected on a soul level? How would you express what you feel, Brigitte?
Yeah. I concentrate on this being present and like flow, laugh, yeah. And I told you I feel connected with, on the one hand with the planet, but on the other hand with, you say, all universes, yeah. So, and it's that I can't, yeah. I sometimes even notice that I think about something, then I go back and say, no thinking now. Just let it flow. Yeah, that's it.
So you're not consciously, you don't, the thoughts come and go, and you let them come and go.
Yeah.
And so it's a bit like a cloud coming along. There's a thought, you just let that
like
cloud.
A river. I
float
always
past.
like to give this picture of a river. Yeah, and of course sometimes for me it's very important. Maybe I should say that this is geschehen lassen in German. That means let it happen. Yeah, don't do anything, but just so something can unfold. Yeah, just giving space. And something will happen I don't want to think about or to determine. So when people ask me, are you a therapist? I say, I don't want to be a therapist. Yeah, I just want to give space that something can unfold. Yeah. And yeah, and before I start to think, for example, if I know there are some people who need help, I don't imagine the detail, yeah, because I just let flow, because then I know love will do what's necessary, yeah. And I want to refer to the topic of tuning. I think if people are tuned in, they will receive, yeah. And I also want to refer to the word that I heard today, ready. Yeah, I think it's important just to be ready. Just to be 100% ready, and then something will happen, the solutions will pop out and so on. Yeah, this readiness, I think for that readiness, just saying 100% yes to natural life conditions, to equality of women and men, to existence, the right of existence, because it's a right of birth. Yeah, whether human beings or other beings. Yeah, this is what I'm focusing on.
Thank you.
Can I add something in there? You know, I've studying Mr. Keshe's teaching. Mr. Keshe said the soul of the man is a composer. Yeah. So, and every element is based on, if you call hydrogen a C, every element is one of the ratios of the harmonics of C, of the harmonic overtone series from C, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, so on. The melody you played there, you sang, I don't know what key you were in. I think you were in C, or maybe it was a little bit lower, B. But whatever it is, the relative intervals that you play, that you were singing, if the first note, la, la, would be, call it the oxygen in a higher octave, that would be a C. The lower note, la, la, that you sang, la is carbon. And the oxygen, you have twice as many times as you have the carbon. This is what CO2 sounds like.
Yeah, you had it last time with the flute.
I just looked up the la, 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 la. It's calcium at 20, which is 2 octaves above 5, which is the fifth harmonic, or the fourth harmonic. It's the interval of the third. Yeah. And then when you went la, 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 that's chlorine. La, la. Chlorine we use that. It's a part of the salt. That yeah, and you only hit on that for a second. Da 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 da. It's on a paggiatura. It's called in music. Yeah, but da da. So you add energy. It adds energy to the whole thing. Yeah, if you just stay da 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 da, it's boring. But la da, now you have carbon to oxygen, and then la, you have the calcium, da, and then la da, the salt. La da, it's the body of the man. You're seeing the elements in the body, and the basic GANS materials that we have. The zinc is an octave above, 2 octaves above oxygen, right? 16, 32, 64, zinc. Yeah, and you go another octave above that, iodine, soul of the man. It's in tune with the soul of the man. So you're singing the same thing as you get in the GANS material. You make a CO2 and you say, hey, I feel better. And you sing that melody, you feel better because you're singing the same melody. So thank you, by the way. That's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mara. Thank you.
Rick, so you've got that image on the screen. Just so you know that I said it was low quality. There is I've been working on it again. I need to send you a new version of it because it's completely different in its structure. That it's in a better quality. But the one you've got, apparently you played, and it was the quality was okay for you guys to a certain extent. So remember, all this presentation that you've got was made on a phone, so the quality as a photographer for many years, working in another dimension where I was doing high-end photography with much better quality. For me, it seems a bit it's like going back a stage to have such low quality, but knowing the technology and knowing that on a soul level that you just give no matter what. It's just in preparation. It's part of the process, and so it's not a virtuoso performance. It's a note, and it's giving a flavour of the expression of a soul. It doesn't have to be as when I was as a professional photographer. I was everything had to be perfect, and how I spent years making it perfect.
Dean, the picture is, I can't think of it being more clear than what I see in my screen right now. But the resolution, you only get so much resolution coming through on the Zoom and on live stream, and YouTube's not too bad. They'll take high resolution pretty much. But on the Zoom, we're limited to 720 by 1080 or even less than that. I think it's 720 maximum. So
right, okay, I understand that.
So it probably shows less resolution, and particularly maybe on an iPhone. But it actually comes through really good for the original. Looks, I can see all the little bumps on the egg quite clearly and so on. I wasn't going to play the whole video. It is kind of long, but maybe we could.
No, Rick, you don't need to. So the expression of that egg, I mean, we could go into discussions about the 3 layers. I mean, the core, the transition, and the physicality.
And it just seemed to be representative of it. It was a really nice image. That's why I just put it up there as an impromptu thing, not thinking about the rest of the video at the time, which is lovely in itself, but it is kind of long and kind of quiet, and people here
I understand
their thing and so on.
So Rick, I saw that people like Jedi was in the one of the panelists, and I know that he's spoken in the past, and he has some very deep resonance and some very deep connections to some consciousness, the soul, and other beings. I wonder if he would have any comments to make. I don't know if he's still present.
Well, he's certainly here. Jedi, would you like to comment on anything? Have some insights to share? You'll have to open your mic, of course, if you wish. Not sure if he's hearing or wishes to do that at this time, so we'll leave that open for him.
Okay, Rick. So the core of an egg. Mr. Keshe has shown this before, where he said it really shows the beauty of the knowledge of the universe, and with having that centralized core, which we could say that is our soul within us, and then that transition, which is a thought and intention, or we could say the transition is the ganses and the fluids within inside ourselves. And then the outer shell is our physicality, is our structure as we walk around in the matter state. And so an egg really explains creation really, really well. And the fact that it's the shape also, the shape of the womb of the mother, the shape of the universe, the shape of many things is a cosmic shape. And it's funny how the shape of it, of an egg, when you stand an egg on its end, it's extremely strong. But when you push from the sides, it's very weak. So it's malleable. It conforms to different structures, different environments. If you, as I said, if you pressurize the physicality from a certain position, it depletes its energy. But if you stand it on its end, it's extremely strong. And so the stronger always gives to the weaker. So within ourselves, we have the strength if we but knew it. So I see that Jedi's around now. I would love for him to speak, because I know he has some very many beautiful things that he can express to everybody. Are you present, Jedi?
Well, he was there before.
He just put some signals up on the chat. So I don't know if he's ready to speak.
Okay. Oh, I see. Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's going to speak at the moment, Rick. So we'll just continue. So I'm looking in a reality. We're talking about the egg, and then on a soul level. So I look outside the window right now, and I see there's a bird table hung from a tree, or from a thread, and there's loads of little birds feeding from the seeds and everything, and those birds obviously produce an egg. That they nurture and look after. And it's funny how on a soul level, I've noticed whenever you connect deeply on a soul level, you start to manifest in this matter state condition. I've noticed birds seem to manifest very freely. I noticed this many years ago with some other people that I've experienced the pleasure of meeting in my life. When they were very still and quiet, they always had loads of birds around them. It's something that I've noticed as a human being, as a conscious being. I'm sure other people experience many other situations with other animals and other creatures, because I think with what Brigitte was saying, when you connect very simplicity, very simple, than what we are. The sun always shines the same. When we connect, when we think about things very simply, there's only you, there's just yourself and the environment around you. And when it becomes still, that stillness, that nothingness, you start to manifest this oasis around yourself. Yes, you can nanocoat wood, or you can nanocoat metals. You can produce ganses, but you have that gans that's within yourself. So you can. We're using the matter state, and Mr. Keshe has given the technology to us so that we can manifest ganses, and we use that as a transitional tool to express and give us new realities. But now, once you experience the GANs and you start using it in your environment, it's funny how you start expressing new conditions around yourself that allow you to change your realities. Within the structure of that, I'm looking at the bird's nest, and there's loads of little birds around. But underneath this is this tree is a walnut tree, and hanging off of the other branch, the other side of the structure of the bird cage, is a balancing butterfly that I've shown in the video. That balancing butterfly has 3 cores, and within the core we put in the first ball, so it's a plastic ball structure with a wooden stick that comes up from the top that is glued on with some hot glue. Then there is some wings that we produced that basically it lets it float around freely in the wind. The central ball, I think we put in, I've got it written down somewhere, I need to go and check, but I think we put in zinc ZNO in the middle one. Yeah. We put a magnesium in the second ball, and then we put CO2 on the larger ball outside. That has a really balancing effect. We've let that just float around underneath the branches of this tree, this old walnut tree that produces many walnuts through the year that Bridget uses to enhance her cooking with, and to use very beautiful meals she produces. We've also produced a position where we made another balancing butterfly. Called an angel. Called an angel. That she's produced, that is hung in the house now, and that is powered by a light source, which is just a candle, so that the veins of the wings are just angled slightly more downwards, so that the heat, the convection of the heat, can actually move the balls around. Now the balls on the inside one of the house, they are configured the opposite way round. So you would have the zinc on the outside, the CO2 is the central core, and then magnesium, I think, stayed in the middle, so as far as I know. But it's creating a balanced atmosphere across from outside the house to inside the house. Bridget's house is also full of, if you could see it, it's there's many things in this house that are very conducive with symbols of very many a lot of hearts. Yeah. Things that are conducive with consciousness and being very balanced and very focused on pure intentions of love and unconditional love to a whole environment, and giving that out to everybody else. As Mario pointed out earlier on, Joseph pointed out earlier on, many people are not ready for this in a working environment, but that's a very controlled environment that humanity structures that humanity has built around itself. But when you actually come back to your own environment that you create yourselves, because everything we have around us is an environment that we've created ourselves. So there's everything you see around you, you've constructed. So you have no, it's up to you, you have a conscious choice, free will, yes or no, a thought, a positive or negative, I should say, a giving or taking. You have a conscious thought in everything you do, in every moment, every single moment. And every single moment is being present in this moment right now. Right now. That's the only moment that exists. So everything that's built around you is your construction. When you step outside of yourself and you allow yourself to be dictated by your environment, the environment will shape itself to your intentions and thoughts. So now you understand when Bridget's speaking about being still and being very simple songs. So when you construct a very simple mantra, a very simple, beautiful melody or something, or a beautiful picture like I would produce, but keep it very simple and keep it a conscious thought, you stay in the moment, you stay in the present moment. And that's what humanity needs right now. It's that conscious moment. And thank you, Rick, for putting that on screen. So now you can see Mr. Keshe explaining the beauty of this unit which is a unit of the universe. So Mr. Keshe is bringing us the unit of the universe for humanity, a gift to humanity. It's all there for us all to connect with. And hopefully, not hopefully, we already are connected with it. But it's time now for mankind to really to welcome the universal community within us, outside of us, to be part of it once more, to be on a level where there is no more pain and suffering. Mr. Keshe said it many times that the life structure of the man is suffering. In a matter state condition, everything we do is suffering. I agree with it to a certain extent, but for me, you can still have many pleasurable experiences in the matter state if you're prepared to be very simple and still, connect with nature, connect with your environment, and create beauty all around you, instead of mayhem. The mayhem is what we allow into our own conscious thoughts given to us by our environment. So if you create your own environment, your thoughts and intentions in a beautiful way, you can create anything. We can create an environment where all this technology we see here right now, we can travel in the matter state to any position in the universe. The egg that Mr. Keshe is showing here in the materials unit can produce any material on this planet. So we don't need to change the conditions of the planet. We don't need to dig into the earth to take out all the nutrients and all the beauty of this soul, the physicality that, remember the egg, the structure of the egg. So the earth structure that we're living on and walking on, this thin crust, this thin veil, is the physicality of the earth. And by digging and taking away, we're changing the balance structure of the planet. So now we're being given this technology to balance out the abilities of mankind to be in the matter state, to be in a very peaceful, beautiful manner where we don't need to take constantly. By taking constantly, we're not giving back. We're not feeding into the fields in the correct way. You have to give back. So when you start to understand the beauty of this technology, it brings you to a balanced position where you give. You give unconditionally, and by giving unconditionally, you receive back gifts. But you don't expect a gift. It's just given unconditionally. This is the universal consciousness. This is a universal being. They give unconditionally with pure love. There's no thought to harm, to take. It's purely to give. So it's like when everything you eat on a daily basis, for a long, long time, humanity has been taking a substance, food, that is freely given. That being loves you so much that it gives itself to you in totality for you to eat it, so that it nourishes you and fulfills you. That's the love of the universe, a being that is willing to be consumed in totality to give to you unconditionally. What a beautiful thing. What an incredible thing. That humanity, when we get to this point of understanding, we will be elevated and we will be connected and be able to move in new dimensions freely. All the technologies that Mr. Keshe has given us, as we know, along with the teachings that tell us that there will come a time when you'll be able to manifest anything in the palm of your hand, an apple, whatever it is that you feel that you need to consume or need as an energy pack to receive. The universal beings at the point of need have everything they need. Is freely given, because within the universal structure, you receive constantly. It's just a constant giving. There is nothing other than unconditional love for another energy, and it gives unconditionally. humanity, it's time for us to understand that we are that unconditional love. We are that giving being. We've just forgotten it because we've allowed our environment through some intentions and thoughts that have changed our reality over a construct of Earth time, which doesn't exist in the universe. So when you understand that time does not exist outside of this planet,
Dean?
Yes?
Sorry, Dean, to interrupt you. You said we have forgotten it. When the time when was really unconditional giving and really unconditional receiving?
When was that, Jalal?
When that time was?
For me, Jalal, it would have been when we were free of the matter state, when we were universal beings before we came into the body. Whether this has existed on this planet, I'm sure in some moments, in certain civilizations, yes, this has existed once more.
It is not very far. It is not very far. It is not very far.
Explain yourself, Jalal. I don't quite get what you're saying now.
I wonder if Bridget give this her instrument to 1 year child or 2 year child to play in her guitar. I wonder in which language, in which residence, in which frequency he will play. Just be that child. We are already been there, communicating with everything without languages, communicating with the whole universe, receiving everything with happiness. This is the only existing time in your whole life where you give unconditionally, really, really unconditionally, and receive unconditionally. Be that happiness in whatever time when you was there. And if you want, just go wherever there is a child, 1 year, 5 months, 4 months, 2 months, 1 month, 2 years, 3 years, just look at them and try to go to that time. Now you have the chance. Maybe he do not have the real capability to do. You remember when Mr. Cass said, you can do, but you don't have the knowledge, and you have the knowledge, but you cannot do. Now you have the knowledge and you can do both of them, and see how you really give unconditionally, because there is no condition. A baby have no condition in whatever, in what he receive and what he give. That is the only period of time, and we already done it. Thank you, Dean.
Jalal, thank you, Jalal. Thank you for those beautiful words. Bridget would like to say something. Go ahead, Bridget.
Yes, I have learned a lot from my own children and from a lot from other children. I have learned a lot from nature, and I want to give another example what I experienced. I was told by my grandmother that she would speak with plants and be connected, and was it too. And I noticed over some years that I would need less and less food. And so I had the feeling I am nourished because I really talk. When I go out in the garden, I say, good morning, and it's a pleasure that you're here, and so on to the plants. So I have the feeling I'm nourished by the essence, as well as by the light of the sun, and especially by this consciousness, by this gratefulness. So, and even my weight has increased, yeah. So I had the feeling maybe I'm not allowed to eat anymore, but I want, because I want to enjoy it, and therefore I still eat. But it's quite convenient to know you are nourished Yeah, and if there is a day I don't have any food, does not matter. And if there is another day, I just enjoy it. So, and this happened. I didn't aim it. I didn't use a technique. It just happened by being present and by being connected. And so I'm pleased about that. So yeah, so this is another example. And what you said concerning the children, this is, I always say to the people, hey, look at children, they fall down, but they stand up, yeah, and go on running. They don't judge, they are open and so on. Yeah, that's true. So, yeah, these are the basic experiences. And often I had the feeling people want everything so complicated, yeah, with concepts. And then I remind them just, I remember being a baby, and especially nature. I think I have learned a lot from nature, yeah, because animals don't judge, plants don't judge, and they just are. They are, yeah. So, and it makes sound too simple. And often people said to me, I can't understand you, because they wanted to have it complicated. This is that what I contribute now here, just of my life experience, because everything I tell people is life experience, no theories. Just that what I have noticed. And I don't say to others, do that or do that, because I just share what I have experienced. I say, I have this experience, and if it inspires you, yes, you just take it. So this is this giving.
Do you remember any time of your childhood? If you are 2 years or 3 years?
I can't say the age exactly, but there are remembrances. Yeah. Do you mean a certain example?
Any example, anything come to your thought? In that time, what I mean, in that time, you are really connected to the soul. And if you can go, whatever year you can really remember, whatever day, whatever thing you can remember from your childhood, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and try to hold for just, if you remember 1 second from it, or 2 seconds, or 1 minute, and try to hold to that, and really practice to bring this again out, this feeling, this moment, because you done it. It's not me who done it. I am telling you that you come to my world, you done it yourself. So you have the feelings, you have the present moment of it, and try to extend it, and then see if what Joseph experienced is not similar to what you will experience.
Jalal, I can say from what you've just said that I remember an experience from my childhood when I was a very small child, receiving this bike, and I remember my father being behind, and I'm sure it was a white bike, and it was the moment where he took off the this bike had the wheels on each side that held up the bike, so that when you're a child you learn to cycle.
Trainer wheels are called.
Yeah, trainer wheels, whatever they're called. Yeah, there's another description in English. I can't remember
what was the feeling when the first moment you saw it, or the first moment you hold it in your hand? What was the feeling?
So the feeling is when the wheels were taken off, I remember the feeling of just being free, of just that first initial going down the street, wobbling on the bike, but being free.
As the song say, he have the whole world in his hand.
Yeah, I just remember that it was a wonderful feeling of being a child and being totally in the moment and wobbling down the street, but having no cares. Nothing existed outside of the experience of motion.
This is it. This is it, the moment. No one else. It's only you. No one, absolutely no one else. Now when we speak, when we talk, when we walk, when we even think, we consider everything else. I must look like this, I must talk like this, and there is so many millions of conditions. Oh, you cannot do that, you are very a big man. You cannot do that, you are educated, you cannot do that. And life is very simple. Be a child. Just be a child. Go back to be a child. Feel the feelings. Live again this moment. In that moment, you couldn't do anything because it is so. But now you can.
Yeah, thank you, Jalal. Thank you, Jalal. I remember the word now. It was stabilizers. The stabilizers were taken away, and then I had that joyous feeling. Then this goes back to the structure of plasma. When we take the scaffolding away, you're left with the plasma.
Look, just as you said, just close your eyes for 5 seconds. Just close your eyes, and you will see there will be a smile in your face. Just 5 minutes, 5 seconds. And you will see this smile on your face, and look to the happiness. It will grow. And this is the love what you are seeking for. This is the giving what you are seeking for. This is also the receiving what you're looking for.
Thank you, Jalal. As usual, you're such a wonderful teacher that you express feelings and you express the technology, and you open doors with the like you all do with the knowledge that you give to everybody.
Finally, you brought the picture up, huh? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jalal. I think now, I don't know if you can hear the clock in the background, as Rick would say, the tick tock, slowing down of time. I think we'll get to a position now where people are starting to be present. And with Jalal's words that we've just had, I think the love and joy is starting to come through. That those wonderful experiences of a joyous moment in your childhood, and then hold on to it. And as Jalal said, let's be children once more in the playgrounds, the play fields of the universe now.
Speaking of clocks, one of my earliest recollections is the sound of the grandfather's clock at my grandfather and grandmother's, when I guess they would, my parents would leave me there and I'd be babysat by my grandparents. And I remember having the afternoon nap sort of thing, and the sound of the clock and it would be just totally amplified in this kind of foreign environment to me. And I'd be focused on that ticking, and tick-tock of the clock, and I was amazed how sometimes it seemed to be forever between the ticks of the clock, the tick-tock of the clock. And yeah, I just got reminded of that just now, because we aren't normally hearing that tick-tock in the background of that clock until we become still, right? When we become still inside and calm, and then suddenly our attention gets amplified, then bingo, I've mentioned this before, that's happened to me quite a few times in my place with the clock here, that when I really get quiet and I'm paying attention, sometimes involuntarily, if I'm sick or otherwise knocked out, I might just be lying there and I hear the tick-tock of the clock. And sometimes it can take a long time between those tick-tocks. So it makes you realize that time is very subjective, and we hear things and see things. Sometimes we can jam a whole lot into 1 second, and sometimes hours go by and we have the same amount of information. Like, we can be kind of asleep during those hours, and yet we can pay so much attention in one moment that we can realize the whole universe in that moment. So it's interesting how that time can get stretched and compressed.
Yeah, Rick, as you talk about the childhood, when I was a child, I didn't like to sleep in my room. I always or often went to the living room because there was a similar clock and I wanted just listen to the music of the tick-tock. And I also sensed it as calming and maybe as lively, yeah. So yeah, and this can be an effect of a clock. Yeah, some people feel stressed, maybe. Yeah, some people don't like this sound, but I and my daughters like this sound.
So is the Rick and Brigitte, is it the tick-tock, or is it the moment in between?
Yeah.
Is it the stillness between?
The stillness between,
Well,
yes.
That's a really good point, actually, yes. And the thing is, if you're really paying attention, then you actually get both, because it's the creation doesn't just happen and then keep going. It's in effect recreated in each moment. And we can get the tick and the talk, or we can get what's in between, the space in between. And that's even more important, perhaps, than the tick or the talk in itself. It's the same with music. Music would not be music without the intervals in between. That's what makes it distinct. That's what voice, that's what makes you able to hear what I'm saying, make some sort of a, interpretation of it and so on, is the spaces in between. If you look at a graph of it, you see it going up and down, and you see those spaces, and the spaces are very, very important. Same as when Mr. Keshe talks, he has a certain cadence, a certain rhythm to his voice, and those spaces are very important. And sometimes the spaces can be quite a long time, many seconds in between, and you think, is he talking, or is he going to talk or not? And it's, time for reflection sometimes. In the spaces is when we get to reflect. It's during the time when there's a lot of action that we're involved with it. We start to identify with those aspects. So, and that goes on from moment to moment, in each moment as well. It's a tricky deal.
Yes,
You were
it's
saying,
exactly the space. Also, when people are talked, so if they give space in between the sentences, that is very important. And as I said, in music, and in German, we have a beautiful word that is innehalten, and that means just stop and give the space to be centered. Yeah, this is the space between actions. Yeah, this doing. Yeah, just to interrupt the constant doing. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm with you.
And the Tibetan Buddhists and others that study consciousness have, words and actual, they've actually studied that whole thing and can talk coherently about that special space that's in between. For example, the art of drawing the perfect circle in Zen, where the Zen artist takes his very special Zen ink brush and dips it in the special Zen ink, and then puts his Zen paper in front of him, and he's ready and poised with that special brush, ready to make that perfect circle on the paper. And he waits, or she, they wait and they wait for that moment of freedom when they're free of their ordinary attachments and considerations and internal chatter and external attachments to things and so on and so forth, all the different stuff that interferes with just being simply present. They wait for that moment of freedom, and then you draw the perfect circle in that moment of freedom while trying not to disturb that perfect moment. And the perfect circle is the one that's drawn in that moment of freedom. The circle may not look perfect, although often it does turn out to be in that state. It doesn't matter if it looks perfect. It's the idea is that it was created within that perfect moment, which is that center of the cyclone, that moment of that we're in our silence, in our full presence, without attachment to the physicality or the outside world and so on. And we're totally present and can draw that perfect circle. And then if you've accomplished that, then you do it again and again and again. And that can be a practice to do that. And a physicist, a nuclear biophysicist, who sat there and drew little circles in a notepad all day long to try to achieve that moment of freedom, to be able to draw little circles in his notepad. And he would wait for each circle and wait and then draw a circle and then wait and draw a circle. And for a nuclear biophysicist to occupy his mind that way seems kind of ridiculous. But from the soul's point of view, that's a good practice. More comments?
Yeah, I have something I wanted to, a little bit, going back a little bit, about, the idea of frequencies and musical tones, and how you can't think of music in terms of frequencies. You can only think of them in terms of intervals. And nothing has a single tone. It's a melody. It's a series of tones, and it's the intervals. It's the space gaps between them. It's a second or a third or a fourth. There's only 7 intervals in the universe that repeat in octaves in every level of existence. But the arrangement of them and how you repeat this one and you go back to that one and you creates a melody that's recognizable, like Bridget's melody or Beethoven's Fifth. Yeah. And even if you sing that same melody in a different key, all the frequencies change, but the melody is still the same melody. See, this is the idea of transmutation of elements. Yeah, it's the space gaps between them and how they manifest. This is how you can take an orange with you. You just take the melody of the orange, the melody of the soul of the man. Every soul's got its own melody, and we're all like have the same basic tuning, and we all have basically, humans all have the same melody, but there's differences, which makes us a little bit different in there, and we all have our own. You can change keys and keep the structure of the same melody manifesting on planet Zeus, completely different key. So what we would call hydrogen and carbon and oxygen and these things that would make up the body of the man on this planet is now, plutonium and, whatever, different, but it's the same melody. Huh? So it's the space gaps in between that create the structure of something, right? So this is the idea. It's not that you can't use frequencies to do some measurements. We use them at the periodic table. Periodic table are the relative intervals that are measured in frequencies. And in fact, the tick-tocking of the clock is a measurement of the motion of the sun relative to the fixed position on the earth, right? 60 seconds of 1 beat per second, which is the bottom end of the spectrum of our heartbeat, right? Which is also the field strength of the body of the man. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure the scientists have found that hydrogen in so many octaves above that, I think it's 16 or however, I don't know how many octaves above that, is the frequency of hydrogen, right? So that's our tuning, but we have our melody, right? You can slow down the tempo or speed up the tempo, but you still keep the same melody, right?
So would our habits be what our habits that make up our, say, our personality or physicality and so on? Would that be like an octave or a particular dimension, you might say? It's an octave that we continually go through. We go up the octave and down the octave within that one octave. We don't go up or down a range normally. Our habits keep us within that octave, let's say. We don't go normally jumping into another dimension of seeing things in a totally different way, unless there's some shock or other means of getting to that next higher or lower octave, let's say.
I'm not sure it's about the octaves, because you can change keys. If you change it up an octave, you're still in the same key, but you are in a higher bandwidth. So you could say it's a different key, but it's actually the same key. I think we're stuck in the physicality based on the tuning of the hydrogen. And we haven't understood that we're transposable. You can transpose the key to any key anywhere in between. Yeah, I think it's that. I don't think it's necessarily the interval of the octave. I think all of them, everything has its, like hydrogen, deuterium is an octave of that. Zinc is 64-ish, and the soul of the man around 128. Whatever the numbers are, there are octaves of each other. So there's a doubling. So you have that relationship of the emotions are actually octave below the soul. So you have a doubling of for every one pulse that you have in the emotion, you have two in the soul. And that is an octave, so is 7 octaves above hydrogen. So everything that's happening in the physicality has an octave replica in the emotion. So it's copying it. It's replicating itself in lower octaves, but the same melody, right? It's like Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. It doesn't matter what key you play it in, you still hear da 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 da. Whatever key I happen to sing that in, you would immediately recognize that. It's probably not the original key, but you recognize the space gap. So I think it's our stuck. We think the mirage, we think the illusion of our physicality is fixed. See, I think that's what the problem is, right? We're not free to realize, no, you can change your key.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying is that if you were able to change the key and go to the next octave.
I'm not sure you need to go to the next octave. I'm not sure that's the right way to think of transposing, because you can go up thousands of octaves, or not even an octave. You can go up the 3 to 1. However, I do think navigating is using octaves and the fifths. So there is in a way, Rick, you're right. I mean, I agree with you. Yeah.
Well, let's take a more practical example, or maybe theoretical, but in any case, like, let's look at the idea, is there, like was brought up earlier, is there the existence of higher dimensions? And if we say yes, we can acknowledge that there is, we can confirm through our experience or through our knowledge or through our book reading or whatever way that we might have accumulated some knowledge about, or maybe we just have an inkling that there's a higher dimension, something that's right here, right in front of us. But instead of the ordinary way that we see things, there's like a higher perspective, and it's radically different, let's say, than our ordinary perspective. And if we know that that higher dimension exists, even though we're not able to see in that dimension currently, let's say we're still in the matter level or whatever level we happen to be in, but we know that there's the existence of these higher dimensions. Right. So that gives us a leg up in a way that if we know that they exist, then there must be a way to get there. Right. And if we know that we're here now in this lower dimension, how do we make that step? And to me, that would be like jumping an octave. You go, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. To the next. Normally we go back down T, la, sol, fa, down re, do to the bottom, back up, almost making it to the next octave, but we keep getting stuck in one octave and not able to make that jump to the next dimension and see things like totally differently from a more universal, greater perspective, let's say, or a lesser, more smaller, but more of it dimension or whatever. It's different ways of approaching what higher and lower actually means to start with.
That's a really good point. That's a really good, and this is what the 7 valleys is about. You go through the 7 do, re, mi, fa, sol.
Okay, there you go. So is it 7 valleys of 7? In other words, 7 octaves?
It's actually, no,
7 octaves?
No, it's
of 7 notes?
No, it's
49 altogether?
7 different intervals, space gaps, a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh. Then you reach the creator, the 8th, which is you again. It's the first one doubled. Huh? See, the other ones are not doublings. They're refractions. It's like the 3 to 1 is a refracted image. So it's not an exact replica, but it's got the fundamental in it. Yeah, it's all based on the same harmonic, same tuning of the original key. But once you reach the octave, you've reached the creator. Your soul is an octave above you. Now you're starting over again there in the next octave. And you go through the 7 valleys. So you go do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, and then you're at do again, which is you again. Which ultimately is the creator, so many octaves and so many octaves. I don't think of them as dimensions. I think of it as like a keyboard that's got an infinite or near infinite number of octaves in it. We're in this bandwidth, and well, you go up to 7 notes, you go to the next octave.
But what about, for example, there's local time in terms of what's in your face right now at this moment. And you could think of this moment as part of that octave that's going on, let's say, and that a concept or an idea is like an octave, let's say. It's a contained octave. So we introduce an idea, we talk about it for a while. The introduction is like the do of the octave. It starts out with a big do, and this new idea comes in, and we talk about it for a while, and all these diversions and different aspects come in as we go up and down the octave within that. And then at the end of it, there's like an ending, and we go on to another idea, and that's the same octave, and we go through, and these a big do to start with a new idea, and then you work with it for a period of time, and then there becomes an ending. You get to the do at the top, and you can't go any further normally without some big push to get into a higher dimensional way of thinking about it. And that for some people, it might be something shocking, like a traffic accident, or they get, bonked on the head or something, or maybe drugs or something else spurred them, or more likely a near-death experience of some sort, made it so they had a big shock, and it was like, wow, suddenly I jumped out, I found myself outside my body, and I was watching everything going on in the accident, and I didn't feel any pain, and I was just, it was like a whole higher dimension that was there the whole time, but it wasn't revealed until there's that jump in the octave that occurs to get to that next octave.
Yeah, the Rudolf Steiner, a knowledge of higher worlds and its attainment, not the attainment of the higher worlds, the attainment of the knowledge of the existence of the higher worlds, that kind of thing. So, yeah, and not necessarily going up frequencies, up octaves is elevation. I don't think that matters. You can go outwards in the spiraling or up inwards in the spiraling. You're changing keys, but that's not necessarily, I don't think, elevating. I think elevating is the knowledge of it, that you can change keys, yeah? And nothing has, like, you can't say, what's the frequency of Beethoven's Fifth Symphony? Oh, which one? See, it's got its own energy signature. It's got its own compilation in its own order of a whole bunch of frequencies, and it doesn't matter what key. You have the same exact intervals, da 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 da, down a major third, up a second, da 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 da, down a minor third, right? Those intervals don't matter what key the frequencies are. You say, oh, the frequencies of that are this and that and that and that. No, but okay, if I started here, or sing it a lot higher, da 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 da, da 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 da, same intervals, different frequencies. Still Beethoven's Fifth. See, so the frequencies don't really matter. It's the intervals, the space gaps between them, and the order that they're manifesting. See, that's the thing. So that's the thing when Mr. Keshe says in the plasma, we don't. In music, you don't think frequencies. That totally screw you up. You can't really think that way. You can use frequency, like I've converted the periodic table to 7 letters of the alphabet in the octaves. So I can go, oh, that's a fifth. Okay, that makes more sense. 5 to 1 or 3 to 1, or oh my God, you take that up. What's 14 to 16? Oh God, math. Oh, it's a B flat to a C. Da da. Yeah. Oh, okay. I can hear that. And it doesn't matter what key I play it in, it's the same interval. Yeah. So you take the whole body of the man as a melody, not the frequency of hydrogen, but the interval of hydrogen to iodine, 8 octaves. 8 octaves of octaves. Actually, I've measured how many layers there are. It's like 460 trillion up to 128, because it's doublings. I've actually measured this stuff. Very simple way too. And then from there, you have another octave of octaves in the soul, which is doubling whatever it is, 465 trillion. Now double that. You know, you take a penny and you double it every day. Now keep doubling, starting from 465 trillion. That's what the soul of man has, right? But everything's a doubling of the previous emotions layers. From the 128 to 64, you have 64 doublings. That's 460 trillion layers. And then from down to hydrogen, you have replicas of it, right? So you just keep repeating the same thing in higher octaves, the 3 layers: physicality, the egg white, which is the emotions, and the yolk, which is the soul. Yeah? That's a little obscure, but anyway.
Everything's getting a little obscure here, but that's good, Mario. Thank you.
Rick, it's Dean. Can I quickly say something? So how do you guys feel about with the universes you can connect with? So going from the universe that we know, we perceive within inside ourselves, and going outside of ourselves to another planet, and then going on further to a solar system and a galaxy, bypassing the sun maybe, and going further out into the unicos. But what about going the other way, where we go from ourselves into the earth, into the inner earth, and into the universes in that way? How do you feel about they're both connected, they're both ways into the same position? Are they going to the same dimensions, or are they going to totally opposite poles? How would you feel about that?
Are you going into the earth, or are you going into yourself? What do you mean?
I think you're going into the soul, Rick. You're going into the soul of the earth, and you're taking your soul and you're going in.
What about going into your own soul, of your own physicality to start with, and that way go smaller and smaller? In other words, you can, for example, focus on the chakras of the body, or you can focus on the organs of the body and feel the functioning of each organ or the functioning of each chakra. And then you can go smaller in size. You can go down into the cellular level and actually access the information on a cellular basis. So, for example, our memories are stored in the muscles. And so you've got groups of cells in the muscle structure that you can actually access the memories and release traumas and access past events and that kind of thing by simply visiting inside the body with certain techniques. That's one of the sort of techniques of Scientology and other ways of going deep inside the body and accessing information, either from the muscular level or even right down to the cellular level, because these cells have the DNA. The DNA has been passed down for generation to generation, and that's the information in itself. And it's an entirely huge world that is open, because that information is not just about our body and inside our body, but about stuff that's essentially the entire information of planet Earth, if not the universe, inside of the actual cells of our body. And if you want to get into the atoms themselves, that's another thing in itself. As Nazim Harajin has said, there's as much information inside of an atom as the entire universe. In other words, there's like an entire universe of information inside of one proton, let's say. So how deep do you want to go? How deep are you able to go is the more appropriate question, let's say. So some people are able to go really deep inside themselves, And others just feel, oh, my skin shivers, and that's as far as they want to go, as deep as they want to get.
Yeah, can I add something there? It's this thing about navigating. In navigation, you have in vectoring for call it UFO travel. You can go forward or backward, left or right, or up or down. But in plasma, you will have this fourth dimensional vectoring. It doesn't mean going to the fourth dimension. It means going in or out of the vortex. And that's, I think, what Dean is getting at and what Rick is talking about. And I think you can navigate in a UFO going away from the center of the earth out into layers that way. Or you can go in towards the center of the earth going that way. But it's like the 7 valleys, right? You go from one valley to the next valley to the next valley, and you reach your octave, your creator. But it doesn't matter which direction you go. You could start with the higher octave and go down the 7 valleys and reach your creator at the other end. It's an octave. It's a replica of yourself. Yeah, it doesn't really matter which way you go. You end up going towards the creator. You go through those 7 valleys anyway. That's the 7 intervals, the 7 tones of the universe, Mr. Keshe called it. Yeah, it's the intervals that matter, and which way you want to navigate. Yes, 4-dimensional navigation, right? Forward and backward, left and right, up and down. That's how you can go from here to New York or from here to the moon, maybe. But you want to go farther, you go in or out. And you can go in and out through your soul. And like you said, Rick, every cell, but I think what happens is every cell in your body's got its own soul, but that leads you to your soul of the man, ultimately. So it's just going a little longer route. You can go into the cell of your toe, and you'll end up at the soul of you, which will go through the souls of every ancestor you've ever had, right down to the source, to where the first interaction of the fields of the earth connected to create the first human or whatever, and go right through that way. I think that's the way that goes. It's like a wiring system, a circuit, yeah? And just keep going right into the center of the earth, which connects to the center of the solar system, which connects to the center of the galaxy, and so on, till you end up at the soul of the creator, right? Or go the other way. You can go out. You could do that, down, that's going down the octaves. You end up at the octave this way, or you keep going up, you end up at the octave the other way of the creator, right? So that's my idea of it. Thank you.
Good one. And there's that old ancient saying of make the inner like the outer and the outer like the inner, and then make the 2 one. If that makes any sense to anybody?
Well, yeah, you know, Mr. Keshe was saying you take the physicality and you invert it so that it's now an octave above the soul. Now the soul is the lower octave, the physicality or the emotions are in the higher octave, and now boom, you go off space, that kind of thing. It's a flipping of the octaves of it because they're in tune with each other. Doesn't matter what they're in tune with relative to anything else, as long as they're in tune with each other. I think our problem is our emotions have detuned. Yeah, I think that's what's going on, right? Where the emotions have filtered, got the wrong. The composer composed the composition, but the concert master didn't put the right instruments in the right place or didn't tune the guys up in the right way. And so there's that. But I think that's what's going on, yeah?
Mario, do you think, Rick, do you think the enhancement units, do you think that when you go inside the enhancement unit, you would experience the soul coming outside of the physicality? Do you think these units work in this dimension? Is that the way that you?
Well, I haven't experienced the enhancement unit yet, but I have experienced something similar in that there was actually an event called they still have them, I think, the Cosmocon, where it's I think it's science fiction people get together for what's called a Cosmicon, and they come in different characters and that kind of thing. And what I did for one of these Cosmicons was in San Francisco. This was back in 1983 or 4, something like that. I made what I called the Cosmotron, which was this, basically it was a round chamber that laid on the floor. It was maybe a meter round and several meters long, probably 3 meters long. And so it was this tube. It looked sort of like a rocket sort of tube. And it opened on the side. You would get inside, close the little door, and then you were in the dark inside. It was like a sort of an isolation chamber. I made it for this event, and people could get in it, and I played some special music in it, and it was to take sort of have a trip or an adventure inside this thing. So I know what it's like to be inside of a chamber like that. And right away, when you lose your sense of hearing, because the sounds are really muffled when you're inside, it was designed that way, it was soundproofing and so on. And with no sight, because it's completely dark, and normally we're never in completely dark circumstances. We always make sure that it's never completely dark where we are. Otherwise, if you can't see your hands in front of you and you have no sense of location, then that's normally it's very disconcerting. So your hearing, your sense of sight are cut off, and those are the two main things that we use, are sound and light to navigate with. So when that's cut off, there's sort of an automatic process that occurs where we start to look inside rather than outside, although we're still looking for clues in the outside, but we're not getting it. We're not getting the visual. So we start to make up a visual. That's what happens when people go in these isolation chambers. They normally start to hallucinate stuff, or you start to think about your job or some other obscure thing that you get identified with in that circumstance. But it does allow you to pay attention in a different way, because normally we're so identified with what we see and what we hear that it obscures our ability to look inside and follow back to and trace our source of attention, because we're so caught up with our attention identified on things. Then it's so hard to detach and have that detachment and objective, impartial observer kind of perspective. But once you cut off the sound and light, bingo, it's the soul lights up and it creates its own light in a way, and at least gives you the opportunity to get closer that way. So I suspect with the enhancement unit, it'll be a similar effect. It's as soon as you get in, you'll start to connect with yourself, because it'll be set up that way. The environment is such that you no longer be focusing on your, things that you would normally be focusing on as from our daily interactions or daily habits and all that kind of thing. It'll be an opportunity to elevate one's perspective into that higher dimensional or lower dimensional perspective, depending on your perspective of what's higher and what's lower, because I'm not so sure sometimes.
Rick, also I think within the unit you're going to experience galaxies and dimensions are going to open up, because I've noticed when I've been in the Linz Centre that there's no physical lights as such within the unit. There's one window a viewing window to one end of the egg. But one thing I'd like to say is also it's like I would imagine I had an experience where I went into a cave. I went into a cave underneath to the side of in Mexico. I went to the conference in Mexico, and I was taken to a cave, and 3 of us went in, and we experienced other dimensions, other souls coming to visit us in the shape of orbs. And when we turned on our flashlights on our cameras, on our phones, all of a sudden there was thousands of orbs, just all like in a stream towards us. It was quite a magical experience. And I would imagine it would be the same within the unit, where you're reaching other dimensions, and all of a sudden, whether you consciously see it with your physical eyes or whether you see it around your interaction of your thoughts and intentions, there will be lights, there will be new dimensions opening up, that you will see the soul of the light other than just the matter state. So I think you can experience, I think the egg shape is obviously cosmic in nature and will show us many new dimensions. Thanks, Rick.
Yes, I suppose so. We have a question from Comforter here in the chat, and he'd like to ask a question about wiring. You want to go ahead, Comforter? Hello, Comforter, are you there? Can you open? Oh, there you are.
There.
Hello? Not hearing you yet.
Hello there. Could you hear me now?
Yep, I hear you clear now.
Good day. How are you today?
Good.
About
so what's up?
I just got a question about the wiring diagram. If it's okay to ask, please.
Sure. What wiring diagram are you referring to?
The five cup system. I guess it could also apply in general, maybe to other systems.
Okay, what's the question?
The question would be, I guess maybe they say all roads lead to, maybe they will wherever we want them to lead us. Maybe for some people it's Rome, some people it's other places, but with the wiring, it seems that all the wires lead to one path. If you look at the 5 cup setup, let's say for an example.
But there's separate wires that are used, right? And that's the way Mr. Keshe has always made it, that there's separate wires. You're not supposed to just hook them all together and so on. It's very specific about the wiring part.
Yeah, that's my question actually, specifically about that wiring part. That maybe
you should follow exactly what he says rather than just doing it helter-skelter or whatever. Like in the 1 cup, when he makes the 1 cup, there's an extra wire going to the center electrode, when you could just wire them all together. It'd be a lot easier, and with the wiring diagram, it would all be just wired together. But he specifies an extra wire to go to it, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So that's what I would do, is just follow his description of the wires. And it's been laid out quite a few times with the 5 cup or whatever cups you want to connect.
Say on the 5 cup system, would all the, let's say if there was one main wire connecting all the 5 cups, would that one wire be nano coated?
It doesn't have to be. It will be eventually anyway. That's what Mr. Keshe says. But you don't have to use nano-coated wires for all the connections.
Okay. I actually have a setup here I could show if you like. It's just not complete yet with the wiring diagrams.
Okay, what is it you want to show?
Like it's a preparation of potential.
Okay, well, sure, we can have a look here. I want to close the show down pretty soon here, but sure, if you want to do some look at your setup there. You want a video, or do you need, is it a picture we're looking at?
I could share it on the video, I guess.
Okay.
I would stack up the first 5 and wire it up, and then once that's complete, potentially build the second.
Sorry, could you repeat what you said there? I think we lost some of the audio.
And how the initial part would be the first 5 cups connected together, and then potentially the two as a stack of 2 5 stacks working, you know, according to the plans of the schematic of the blueprints.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like you got most of your parts together there, the plates and so on. You've got some other stuff being prepared as well then, the coils and whatnot.
Thinking about the wiring actually right now, as far as if they need to be nano coated with fire or caustic or how all of that matters. I prepared some little wires here. You said maybe cut them and add more wires, so I don't mind to do that. Which idea. Nano coats more, it becomes a stronger antenna with more wires. Of kind of like twin coils, and then as I don't have a zinc wire, so I've opted to use either zinc plates or kind of accordion shape. I'm hoping that's zinc, as I pulled it out of a battery, and
should be zinc, I think.
It's not magnetic, so I'm hoping right reaction.
Yep.
A new build, and it's just coming along. The glue is just finishing drying, and hopefully it will be a success, Lord willing. It's meant to be, as they say.
All right, well, maybe you can show us more next week and we'll see the progress.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to show and follow knowledge.
Okay, thank you for that. And just share back here. Okay, does anyone have anything else they'd like to share or discuss here today? I guess that's a no. Sounds like a no. All right, well, we've gone 4.5 hours here, so it's probably an adequate sample for today. Thanks everyone for sharing today on the Keshe Plasma Reactor group for Wednesday, November 25th, 2020. It's been a pleasure hosting once again, and we have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop as usual coming up at 9 a.m. Thursday, Central European Time. And what else do we have coming up? Gee, back to the One Nation, One Planet on next Tuesday again. And I think there's several public teachings in languages as well going on. And again, I remind people that if you're doing public presentations, be extra careful about the health aspects, especially with the COVID-19 information that might be coming out, and to try to balance it with the idea that YouTube needs to feel secure. They have insecurity problems, and they need to feel secure that they're not going to get hit with a lawsuit from some religious organization or some corporation that would like to exert their influence our way. So we keep positive and create that world of peace, which is always part of this plasma technology. And in that way, perhaps we can help elevate those that are appraising our YouTube videos, and may they accept this technology as something that is beneficial for all beings everywhere. Okay, thanks everyone for being here today, and we'll see you next time around. Bye for now.
Thank you, Rick.
Dankeschön.
And thank you, Dean and Brigitte, especially. That lovely presentation.
Yes, you're welcome. And what I want to add is that I'm convinced, I have been convinced for many years, the more people, the soul family is meeting, and I believe in the shift. if there are a lot of people having the same vision, yeah.
Yes, exactly.